Good evening, all. I'm Rapstein with your Spider ETF market wrap-up, and this wrap-up is for Monday, the 27th of June, 2022. So as we look at the market, it was sort of a quiet day. Volume was on the lighter side today. It's the last full week of trading, remember that, before we get into the 4th of July holiday, a week from today. Markets won't be open then. We saw Nike sales. Some numbers were beating, and the market was up a little bit. JP Morgan announcing another buyback and a dividend. Obviously, after the stress test, you'll see other banks doing the same with that. News today, Robinhood. Maybe FTX was interested in them, and then FTX came late in the day. That's the crypto exchange, said no. They have not had talks with Robinhood about acquiring them. So you get the rumor mill. But where there's rumors, sometimes there's fire. You know, if they take away of getting paid, like has been the practice in the stock market for payment for order flow, if that goes away, some of these companies are going to have a difficult time, Robinhood being a standout big name of that, because that's where they receive a lot of the revenue. How are they going to make money to replace that becomes the big question, and that's the takeover idea. But as you can see behind me, it's a lot of red. There's a share of green, but mostly in the red sectors today, so we're getting a bit of a correction. When we look at Chewy, I think today was the day where the market got into this resistance point right here, and that should probably be a near-term cap. I'd be very, very cautious about this market extending a lot further on this particular run. The trend has been up since basically when we started covering it, and it's done its job. It's run through some key averages. You also had a bullish crossover where the 18-day average of closes did get over the 50-day moving average today. That's a friendly sign. But you're over the Bollinger Band 3 days or so in a row here. You're getting a bit rich in price, and you're getting overbought. Now, will you embed? In order to embed, both numbers have to convert themselves by staying over 80 at least 3 days. If we take a look, you certainly have today. You had yesterday. Did you have the day before? No. So you need tomorrow, and that's one of the reasons that I think the market's going to give up something. I could be very wrong on that, but I'm looking at the market as wanting to maybe not embed so you can get a pullback from there. Obviously, when you clear the 100-day average in a Bollinger Band, that's the resistance point. Staying over it, you could easily fall right back under it. And support doesn't materialize for another $6, $7 or so to the downside. AMC, right back to the top part of the upper Bollinger Band. What's the importance of that? Let me explain this as best as I can. Markets will trade within Bollinger Bands 95% of the time. So when a market gets up to it, it's where the traders are getting the most bullish, but you're only going to settle over that 5% of the time. Can you follow through? You could, but more times than not, if you do your homework, if you drop to the bottom, you'll can run against the band. You don't stay outside of it. Same thing here, and here. You can do your own work. I proved this in my enhanced Bollinger Band course, and it's something I watched. Now, in the end, I said to you before that I think this market should be basing out and trying to move up as we're in the summer months, and this is when the cash flow in a movie theater business picks up and they're going to look their very best. It doesn't hurt that Maverick was $1 billion franchise now, as you can see, how the market has just jumped away with that. So this is all good news for it. I want to see this. I want to see more Jurassic Parks and the other movies do well. You know, we all like going to movie theaters. The problem is the business model. It's a rough one. But if you can clear this, maybe you get to the 100-day average. We'll take another look. But I certainly would never tell a trader to buy long into or over a Bollinger Band. In Apple, all I keep reading, and all the tech guides, because I'm a techie guy and I do read that stuff, is all the new features of the new Apple, 14 that is coming out, and how it's going to work, and sizes of the phones, and which ones are going to get what in terms of battery life and so on. Okay, but that's what's helping move the stock up, because there's a big demand for that phone. They had to scale back how many there'll be. You know there's going to be a price increase. The question is how much are they going to be able to do? But today, you know, you buy these phones, they're $1,000 blindfolded. In Disney, the market has recovered a little bit, and I've been looking for that. You can see how you lost the embedded reading. Let's go back and take a look at this if we could. So here's both numbers, not under 20. If I come back to Friday, they weren't under 20 either, right? So the market prior to that, day one, both numbers under 20. Day two, day three, I can go further back. They were embedded. And then you lost that. When you lose it, the time to come out, the way that I teach charting, is at the first close over 21. This would have been very close and a big warning signal. This market's probably going to get back up to that number. Let me come back here and get you up to date with it. And as you can see, while you closed down today, you're over 21. As far as I'm concerned, price and the 18-day average are going to come together. The market, it's time to no longer be short the way that I teach charting. Let's go to the next chart, XLF. Here too you had lost the embedded reading, and that often means a challenge of the 18-day average. That's what the market is certainly trying to get done. XLI, you had an embedded reading that you lost. Let me walk you right through that one too. Keep coming. All righty. And now you can see both numbers under 20, next day under 20, next day under 20, and then you lose it right here at 22. That should mean a challenge the way that I teach in my charting course, my enhanced Bollinger Band course, that this market should try to make a run to the 18-day average of closes. I think it will happen over the next few days. XSD, the semiconductors, correcting an oversold condition, could make its run there. I know we might as well go through the exercise. Did it embed? So as we come back together, if I can get this to do that, come on. Will it help me or not? There we go. Let's see with the first day that both numbers were under 20, and you'll see there's 4 of them at least. Day 1, 2, 3, right? 4. Now, if you get a number that's over 21 on a close, you want to be out because the odds favor that the market's going to make a run to the 18-day average of closes. And today the market's trying to make that run, as you can see. Okay? I do think that will happen. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. In the home builders, an oversold market that's getting a bounce. And, it's interesting. If you looked at pending home sales today, they were way beyond what people think. So, as I told you, I have been driving around my own neighborhood looking at for sale signs, but I'm also seeing a lot of contract pending signs. So people that want to buy, this is, the end of June, they're buying now. They want to get their kids in the school systems, so on and so forth. A lot of that is taking place. In the energy sector, you have an embedded reading. So the rally should be capped until the red line closes over 21. I look for the market still to have resistance about $3-4 higher at 77.22. It need not get that high. With an embedded reading, you can just start slipping at any point if, and that's a big if the market wants to nosedive, then the 67.55 to 68.08 level, the 200-day average is in play. I really have doubts the market's going to go down there. You have an OPEC meeting this week. OPEC has already come out and said that they don't see the market excesses being the way they were. They're looking for the market to get tighter now as we go into the second part of the year. That's generally a sign that OPEC might say, maybe we got to consider what we're doing. Should we give more oil? Should we just keep where we're at? At the end of the day, they want to get the most they can from it. That's their goal. GLD, still acting bearish, a lot of resistance, 18 and 200-day average, but support. Hit 168.51, I think the bears will disappear like that on you. I have been telling traders I like the short side, but I have also told them to take in some money here, and a lot of them did that if they're in my subscriber videos. GDX, down to the lower band. You hit a downside target. Does not mean that the trend is over, but you've hit your target. It's generally when that happens and you're oversold, the smart money says, I'll deploy money elsewhere. This doesn't make sense right now. Copper, is it going to lose its embedded reading? Now, The importance of that would be the red line closing over 21. Until that occurs, a pop tomorrow, if you get it, it's most likely going to be sold by the market to see if there's anything left to the downside. That's just a chart. I got my dithers about wanting to be short copper or short XME. If you're ever going to get a bounce because China releases its COVID in some way, that'll be the markets that show it to you. It hasn't yet. Number two, I'm bothered by the fact that recession worldwide takes demand away from copper. So, as a chartist, yeah, it's probably worth the probe on the short side to see if there's anything to that. If the market loses the embedded reading, then I'll look wherever the 18-day average is for the market to get back there. In AGG, when you lost the embedded reading right here, you made your run to the 18-day average. That's what I'm telling you I see on so many of the markets we've just covered together. And in UUP, overbought condition that's corrected and you've gone back to the 18-day average. So this is the zone that I'm going to look for the market to try to find its first support level, and this is the resistance level. It's the flip-flop in the euro as that has come up to the 18-day average. Now they've got to tell us, are they going to trend? Were this going up, the dollar going down, or was this just a correction and we get some more noise and start chopping around as the week progresses? Too hard to tell. From what I'm seeing right now on this, so I'd be very, very cautious with it just because I'm not seeing anything. Let's talk about Bollinger Bands because we're doing that together. And in the Bollinger Bands, the way that I'm looking at it, if you learn how to work with them, you'll discover that momentum often, I wish I could tell you it's always, often goes ahead of price. Therefore, when you learn to work with it the way that I teach, you not only get the benefit of understanding the support, but if you lose an embedded reading like you did up here and the market starts down, you have the edge. You have an idea that it's going to happen before price does it. How do you learn more about it? It's simple. On our website, under Ira Epstein with your Morning Flash Update, and this update is for Tuesday, the 28th of June, 2022, 8:35 a.m. Central Time. Well, the market was floundering all morning, and as the stock market has reopened, you have gotten a surge to the upside, as you can see, right across the board. This market was doing nothing like this a half hour ago. So that is good news. You're looking at the metal market sort of just wishy-washy. Foreign currency trade is all over the board. Right now, it appears that the yen has decided to resolve itself to the downside. It did lose the embedded reading last night, regained it, and is plunging again as the dollar is taking over the leadership role. On the energy market, we're waiting this week to hear from OPEC. They should go ahead and say they're going to raise production. The problem is, can they? If you were listening to the side comments made by French President Macron yesterday, as he was talking to President Biden, it might have been the day before, he was saying that the United Arab Emirates, maybe they can produce another 150,000 barrels a day, and they're tapped out. Then the question is the Saudis. Can they really go up the amount that the market has thought? We might be getting into an even tighter situation. At the same time, ching-ching for your pocketbook, dropping down here in the gasoline market, down about 4 cents at this point in time. Bonds and notes staying on the firm side. In the grain market, you're in weather markets now. So up until July 4th, and by the way, the saying, knee-high July 4th, that's what you look to see how the corn is doing. But we're reading about a lot of corn that never did get planted in states like the Dakotas, where they get quite a few million acres of corn planted, and they're saying that they might have lost up to 25% of that because of bad weather. Then we take a look in Canada, and you see the problems they're having there with some of the canola and some of the wheat plantings. So you pay attention to all this because this is not a year where you can afford to set back. Pretty crazy action in the cotton. Yesterday, limit down. You went as high as limit up today, and all of a sudden, you're just plunging again. Market, as I call it, out of control. Don't know what's going on in that. And there's some good news that is happening today. So let's take a look at the news of the day. I want to get this where it's full screen for us so we can actually see what's going on. So let me come back here. And here we go. Redbook sales. So I'll come over on this side. Up 12%. That is what the market has been hoping for, and it keeps coming in. The Case-Shiller Home Index up 21% from a year ago month. Wow. So the stock market might be down, but your home prices are doing good. Now, that is starting to weaken. They expected it up 21.5. It's 0.3 lower. On a month-over-month basis from the month of April versus a year ago, up 2.3%. We're going to get at 9 o'clock the Richmond Fed. They're going to come out with their manufacturing sector indices. We'll all be looking at consumer confidence. That's a very big indicator, and we'll be looking to see how that comes out at 9 o'clock. We're looking for slippage back to the 101 level, maybe under 100. Last month we saw 106.4. We'll hear this morning from San Francisco Fed President Daly. And China today made a move. They have cut the amount of time that new arrivals going into China must spend in isolation. That's the biggest shift in the zero tolerance policy in a while, and if they cut it in half. So they didn't just move, they're doing it in an interesting way. I'm watching also as I'm hearing talk and watching numbers that are coming in from the infrastructure programs, and they're starting to have good merit. We're starting to see that the railways and the like, they are all getting much more bids, if you will, in the marketplace. And I think that's going to be important to see just how they can do. Let me get back here to the quotes for us. So as you can see, as we're finishing up here, markets in the green at this point. Will they hold? Don't know. Remember, this is the last full week before we get to the July 4th holiday. Now, one of the things that I've been watching is what are the Bollinger Bands doing right now? Bollinger Bands are one of the most popular of the indicators, but I discovered a long time ago, created a course on it last year, my best-selling course of all time. What? That if you tie the slow stochastic indicator into it the way that I do it, you get a timing edge. What do I mean by that? Well, you might want to take a look at this right now.
It's not a pump and dump. It's the pullback that we were waiting for in a bear market. So coming back to 390 will be a good entry to reload. Depending how quick this plays out here. If they flush this quick to 386 or 385, I don't think that's going to happen. But that'll make a really good bounce. The 15 minute says we got to cool off a bit. Because this is not a. I hope they do it quick. We get a flush, because that could support the bounce with these still in a bullish posture here. But at the same time, I mean, this looks like they could definitely go to 385, which isn't that far, but But at the same time, how are they going to get there? And are they going to allow this to consolidate, letting this turn, and is this holding to the downside? Really hard to say right now. Because when you look here, tough call. I hope they do it quick, because it'll be a very good bounce play. And also, this is the best week of the year historically. It's over 2% average returns leading up to the 4th of July. And we're in the bounce, so it's tough to say if that's going to play out in a bear market. Not today, because we're just flagging out here. So maybe tomorrow. I hope they do it today. I hope they hit 385 today, come back down here, and then get a nice bounce. And they could continue this to 400 by Friday. Because the move for the week is 400. Oh yeah. I was looking at the chart last night, and I got a vision. No, this quick move, the posture here is telling me they're gonna, at a minimum, hang around here, and definitely have the chance of pushing higher. So because we're here already, flagging out with this posture, we could definitely push some more to 400 or better. So it's possible. We get a somewhat of a V bottom out of here, up to 415, and then maybe this is some inverse head and shoulders. That's possible. They don't have to come back to 360, not at least soon. Reset it, mine is fine. But because right now with the posture their way it is, they're not going back to 360. There's nothing saying we're going back down here. Intraday, could they come back under 385 here? Maybe 380, but that's probably at best intraday. However, you have this playing out here. So here's the other side of the coin. Okay, so that was a shakeout here. By the way, I was just messing with you. I didn't short 393. I woke up late. Not saying I would have done it, but the 1 minute I'll show you the setup on the 1 minute why you could have gotten for a short at a minimum for a scalp. But this is still playing out here. Oh, that's another thing. Oh yeah. I forgot to say this on yesterday. So we're not gonna fully be ready to turn. How do I put this? We're not gonna be fully ready to reverse this bear market until this 200 catches up. This is not a typical pullback. Look at This has been going on for 6 months. By the way, the average bear market in the bull market is 6 months. So we're good on time. So this is interesting because can they do this relatively quickly? Because looking at this is not, we're not going to just keep ripping. Well, not ripping, but they're not going to go much further. They're not busting 415. That's for sure. They're not busting 415 on this run. I would be very surprised. I mean, could they do some kind of, like I said, with that kind of W or V bottom kind of inverse head and shoulders setup? Could they? I mean, obviously anything could happen, but with this posture right here, it's very unlikely. Especially this, we fully rotated on the Stoke. So because of this, this even makes it more unlikely that they're not going much further, and they might hang around here a little bit, allowing this to kind of open up a bit. It's not a good posture here for the bulls. Could they hang around a little bit? I mean, I don't know how this is going to play out. Nothing has to play out exactly a certain way, but meaning, could they let this open up a bit, and then we get some snap reversal, some hard sell flush, and then this might be down here, and then we get a cross, and then on that 360 flush, as it turns up, we get our divergence. Maybe at best it comes up to here, and then reverses, and then there's a bullish divergence off the capitulation to get our bottom and our move, back to 420 or 430. But the thing is, because this is a relatively quick move, this is not gonna. Maybe we sit here for a week in this area, but this ain't happening. I can tell you that for sure. This ain't happening. We ain't gonna be here for a long time. Maybe we are for a couple weeks. Maybe they hang out a couple days, try spike, reverse. You're not going to get a tight consolidation like this time right here. This is a different setup than we are right now. So obviously I like to analyze possible scenarios of what's going to play out, but at the same time, you got to trade the market day by day. But you got to give context to the situation of what could happen, so you're prepared. Because there's not many ways this can play out. Well, obviously, we could consolidate a little. We could get some V bottom or a relatively quick snapback. So I mean that could happen at any point. But given this posture here, I think the bulls are the ones going to get screwed, because this move screwed everybody. Everybody got screwed. Now I knew this was happening. I knew 390 was happening. Not at that speed, or I didn't this. Okay, I didn't know that. I knew 390. And then from there, who knows how we got to 360. So I didn't get fooled, but 90% of people got fooled here. I was calling lower before higher the whole time, and what I'm getting at is Because once we bounce, this was the first bounce. So there's still people fighting and shorting, but I think most people, again, people are trying to pick the bottom here. We're down a lot here. So, you know, most people aren't buying puts and calls. You know, most people are buying Apple, Google, SPY. Most people are, so here they're buying, and so, you know, they're not in a bad position. Well, they were really buying it here. You know, who knows? But they're definitely, you know, once this happened, and then these days too. Remember this melt up like a sell-off here this day, 10-point day, never let you in to the upside. You know, this sucked a lot of people in, thinking, you know, here comes 420. So I think the bulls got screwed here. The bears, all the degenerate bears that are calling for the crash, you know, I don't know what most people are playing. So all the crash people, are they buying puts or are they short stocks? I don't know. I would probably say they're probably just short, flat out stock, because not as many people buy puts compared to, you know, shorting, or they're buying the inverse ETFs. Who knows? But you know, they probably chased it. You know, they chased it. So you have bears, obviously. So the bears are still comfortable, and there are a lot of people saying we're crashing. Okay, and the chart supports some possible more downside. So that's why this move could happen relatively quickly. Because also, if it happens relatively quickly, you know, they're not going to just rip out of here. You know, we're not ripping, you know, we're not getting this. Maybe from 355, let's say, we get this, you know, back to like 370 or something. We could get this, but we're not. This is going to take a lot of work to repair this if the bull market is still alive. But right now, this is a better posture here for the bears than it was here. The weekly's not as good. But this is a better posture that leaves the door open for a move lower sooner than later. Right now, it's tough to tell. It's too soon to tell right now. Too soon to tell. You know, the bulls are trapped. This was a surprise. You know, this is a very healthy, big retracement into support. And, you know, this caught everyone by surprise. So they're not going to let you out of your longs that easily. So that's the case for, you know, not getting a somewhat of a V bottom. Yeah, all this talk about futures, I was thinking about it, and I'm really wanting to start trading futures so I can trade. So it works both ways. You know, looking for the bigger move, you're gonna catch a bigger move, obviously. Um, so it's the mindset too. Trading options, you're looking for, but at the same time, you're missing out on all these. You know, so this is a pretty much straight move down. Well, let's say they got rejected here at 389 and then came back into 390, back tested this, and so you know you could catch much more of the actual move by by trading the move. And oh yeah, that's what I was thinking about last night. So this is a problem I still have, obviously, for options, staying in the trade too long. But I learned the lesson enough that if I got back to futures, I would trade them um, more like scalping. I mean, I scalp the futures, but I still, I don't like in and out, in and out, in and out. Okay, so I'm still looking for a decent move, meaning, if I bought this dip right here, okay, let's look. I don't think my chart works here. This stupid piece of shit. 6 a.m. this thing froze. I mean, what a piece of shit. The 1 minute doesn't work either. Okay, it does. Okay, so right here. Oh yeah, but here's the entry that I I was drinking my coffee and I didn't look at the charts right here. Okay, so here was your entry, not here, but this move here, that was your signal that we're gonna get a bigger move lower. Okay, this is a big move out of the hole, breaking that pivot, and then you have your pullback right here into the 9 that's been crossed here. Okay, so right here, I would have had my order back here, 39.50 or 40 for a short. So if I got that, now this was a quick move. But because of how the 5 minute looks and then even this move, I probably wouldn't have sold at VWAP. And I'm not just saying this. The 5 minute was looking good. I was calling for the gap fill. I think here or here. Anyway, but the point is, here's the point. And this was my mistake trading futures. So if I got in here at 40, you have to take at a minimum half off at 25. There's no, it doesn't matter if we crash, if after this pullback, they pull the rug and we crash 50 handles. That doesn't matter. That's not how you trade. So what I'm saying is, 15 handles in 5 minutes, the trade's over. So even though the 1 minute's still supporting in the 5, okay, so that was my mistake. I did that a lot. Like I would catch, so let's say not even this. There'd be setups that were, not a fast market like this where, let's say we move 5 handles in 5 minutes, but we're in a choppier market or and the chart supports more movement, a bigger move. Okay, so I would get that 5-point scalp. Let's say in 5 minutes. But then it would backtest, so I would stay in the trade because I'm like, okay, no, we're probably going here. So I wouldn't take the 5 points, and then they pull back, they backtest, giving up maybe 3 points, 4, maybe giving up everything, and I go right on the trade, and then the trade still works. So that was a big problem of mine. See, but at the same time, it's a double-edged sword. So you don't. You got to be very careful, and you have to determine what kind of tape it is. It does really. You have to look, I guess, at the 5 minute. Does the 5 minute support a bigger move? This stupid 5 minute. So does the 5 minute support a bigger move? So here, once this opened up here, this was supporting, likely move at least to VWAP. So once we got to VWAP, once we got here, we're stuck in this web here. So this was a tricky look to stay in. You didn't know, could they, after you caught 15 handles into VWAP, into the big round 25 number, they could have easily bounced it back up to this pivot here at 33. They could have did that on the spike, But anyway, so that was actually a problem of mine. I was like, even if it was just like a 3-point scalp, 3 points is nice. 3 to 5 handles is great. Minimum two handles. I'm not doing no points, and that scalping in and out, and it's you don't have the mental energy to do that for long. So right now I would be long right here at 3,900. This is a little divergence right here, slight. Okay, I'd be long at 3,900 here. Probably looking for a 10 break. So I would have my my sell at probably like 10 and a quarter. No, 11. 39.11 I have my sell. Short of that pivot. If I was in this trade. 39.11. Now they do have to break this. This isn't huge, but so right now, so let's say if I was in that, this is looking like it could make a run, crack that 10. But realistically, right here, you should be selling 39.07. That would be, for a scalp, you could get back in. That's my point. So it looks like they could very well crack 39.10. So if I got in here at 3,900, I would put at my sell at 39.11 on the 10 break or spike. Actually, here's a better example. So if I get out at 3,900 here on this candle here, looking like this is, we're going to get some follow through after this closes. Buying the 3,900. Right here, the right thing would have been to do is to sell this 5. You have this pivot here. So this isn't the best example, but let's say, okay, so let's say here they hit 7 on the first run. Then you could have got back in here at 350. That's 3.5 handles. So stuff like that. I'm not saying this is the best example, but this is a posture here on these MAs that if this did spike, let's say it got in the middle here at 7, you want to take, and literally in a minute, you made 7 handles. You got it. That's the trade. You get back in. It's futures. You get back in. So, and I'm not just, obviously I'm not trading it, so, but this is textbook so far. This pivot right here at 350 is a somewhat aggressive re-entry. But if this did spike 7, just look at it now, how much of a move this would have been if it got up here. If I bought 3,900 with the MAs still trying to fix themselves, okay? So if that hit 7 on this candle, but I'm like, okay, they got a shot at 39.10. You got to sell that 7 and then wait. Wait for another setup or another reason to get in. Being aggressive would be this 350 backtest against 350, just in case, they double bottom or take out the low again. But I'm just giving you an example of what I used to do. If this hit 7 on this run here, well, let's just say on this next one, okay, and then pull back, you got to sell the 7, all of it. Not even, okay, I'll take half off, all of it. this posture is not a posture confirming that, they're not looking back. They already did the pullback, and okay, it's not. So now if I still was in the trade, okay, we're flagging out. I'm in for 3,900. I have cushion, all that stuff here. Let's see what would happen here. Now it's looking like they're going to come back to 39.02. So see that? So I could have sold at a minimum that 5 round number, 5 handles. And now if they come back here, I just gave up more than half the trade. I mean, they practically did right here, but you see my point. I used to do stuff like that. And then now, maybe just for now, they don't go back up. Maybe they come back down, double bottom, take out the low. Okay, so if that happens, well, I'm not getting the profit back. And, I should have taken that 5 handles in 1 minute. So, obviously trading's hard in a million different ways. So one thing that I probably would have done too, I probably would have bought, half size here and then added. So I would have bought the 3,900, maybe 2, and then added. So now, okay, we're flagging. Add on the flag, and now look, I made 5 handles, and now there goes the 5 handles. So at a minimum, I could have bought back at 2. Locking in 5 handles and buying back 3 handles under where I sold. So right now, take the trade off, and now buying back at 2. So this is what I was calling for. I'm like, they're probably coming back to 2. And they did. So now this is a posture. This looks like this flag could hold here. This is a 10-point flag right here. So the target is 1050 if this holds right here. The target's 1050. So you really don't want them to see. You don't want them to see. They shouldn't break this 50 if this is going to hold. So you could be long against this 50. I mean, could they spike a little bit more? Sure, but they shouldn't break this 50 if they're bouncing, because we barely bounced, okay? But at the same time too, this is a big move, so people are trying to play the bounce. I mean, this is looking like this bounce will play out here. That they're gonna take out 10 on this bounce. That's what it's looking like. It's shaping up to be. Let's see the 5 minute. This 5 minutes not so hot. So maybe on the next 5 minute they break that 10. But this 5 minutes pretty shaky here. That you got to be careful playing the bounce here. So because of that, the stop is 50 right here. No questions asked. Okay, so let's say you got in at 2, like I said, reloading at 2. It kind of flushed it a little bit. I was long 2 on the pullback with this 50 stop. 1.5 point stop right here. So now at a minimum, they're going to take out this 8. But the target is about 1050. So right now, if I reloaded at 2, or just got in or added, whatever, back at 2, I'd have my sell at 1050. Maybe 11. But 1050 is more realistic. A spike of 10, because that 5 minutes not hot. Actually, right now I would move my stop to break even. So right here, they might come back to 420, but well, I got in that 2, so 250 is my stop, guaranteed profit, and they shouldn't come back here if this is playing out. That's another thing you got to think about too. And I'm horrible at stops, but for scalping purposes here, they shouldn't break this if they're going higher. They shouldn't, because we're in the bounce. You could get a little quick squeeze, a little spike squeeze on the 1 minute, but they're not breaking 250 if they're going for 10. That's your stop. The 5 minutes shaky. They shouldn't even come back here. This dip was bought. You got candle over candle. They're kind of flagging out here. This 5, the obvious round number 5 is, they're working on it. It's being a little stubborn here. If they're going to 10, they're not breaking 250 until they hit 10 first. If they're hitting 10, they're not coming back here again. So I'm in at 250 stop, target 1050. This trade probably has like a maybe 80% chance of working out, I'd say. The 5 minute though isn't so hot, so that's why you gotta have a tight stop with that 5 minute being shaky. The 5 minute says they could retest the lows on a 5 minute, or possibly even break, keep going. 5 minutes not good at all. All right, might be stopped out here. $250 is the stop. Okay, so let's see. So higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher low so far. So now we're getting tight here. Flag, higher lows, higher highs. We're flagging. MAs are getting in the position. So here you go. So now your stop is 3, or my stop is 3. My stop is 3 right here. Locking in a full point, guaranteed. They actually shouldn't even be breaking 4 at this point. 4 should not even be, I mean, maybe a quick jab, but definitely not breaking 4. 4 should not be breaking. So my stop is 3 from 2, and very quickly going to move it up to 4 if they break 6. So here you go too. So if I didn't sell this quick 5-point rip from 3,900, now look where I'm at. I've gotten myself into situations like that, and then I'm looking back, I'm like, why didn't I just sell? Because even though I could sell, because it's futures, at the moment when it's happening, you're just kind of sucked in. You're green and you're making money, so you're not. Okay, most people sell early, so I'm not most people. So most people would be selling that. They probably wouldn't even have made it to 39.05 on the 5 handles. I don't know. I'm just guessing there, but okay. Now this is getting a little shaky here. This flag might fail right here. So I'm about to get stopped out. Oh, I didn't get stopped out. So my stop loss was 3. They didn't break it. Anyway, so the point is, what I was saying, as it's happening. Oh, okay, stopped out. I'm stopped out for a 1-point gain. Long from 2. I got stopped out for a 1-point scalp. Anticipating a 10 run. Doesn't mean it's over, but as I laid it out, they shouldn't come back here if they're going to 10 in this flag, because that 5 minute's ugly. The 5 minute does not support. They're not. So here you go. See, so that's why you gotta just be disciplined with your. And see, here you go. See. So anyway, back to what I was saying. As this move happens quickly, you're long 3,900, and in 1 minute, bam. So you don't sell it. Well, it's so quick, it catches you by surprise. And then here it is. It's trying to go again. You're still in the trade. Here's a quick bounce. Now it looks like, okay, now they're going to do it. You get caught in this, and let's say I just didn't sell. I'm red right now, so I've gotten caught up in stuff in futures, just like getting like hypnotized by the market, so to speak. Like I just laid out, oh, very quick, I'm green. All right, we're still green. Okay, they're gonna hit 10. I'm gonna get 10 handles, and then this happens. Okay, we're still flagging out. And then what are you gonna do when this happens? You have to have a line in the sand, but you just sat for over 10 minutes. You immediately got your 5 handles. Now you sat for 10 minutes, and now you lost your 5 handles. And now you have to have the discipline. Right here, the level was 3. You have to have that strong discipline no matter what. You're taking your 3 handles. It's over. And reassess the trade when the next scalp or setup presents itself. But, if you were listening, I was just laying out one of the issues I had with futures that I'd get caught up in. So let's see the 5-minute now. Okay, I mean it's hanging in there, so it's still shaky. They still could break lower, but the bulls are barely hanging on to probably try to make a run to the 200 up here. So you can't just hope. With futures, there's no reason to. You could get in and out of the trade. So right now they might hold it together right here. This might hold. So a re-entry. Still a little bit shaky here, but I would wait for this MACD to go green to get back in long. Well, we'll have to wait to see what happens here, but to get back in long against 3,900. Right now it's indecisive right here. They could actually take out low a day with the current posture. You got this trying to turn down again, so they could slowly inch their way down, and we could, because again, you got to think people are trying to play the bottom. 5-minute is not telling you they're at least not going to go lower. 5 minutes not telling you that. The 1 minute's neutral right now. Either side could take it back on the 1 minute. I give a tilt to the bears because that 5-minute hasn't firmed up. It could turn. It could morph into a better posture to support a bounce to 10 or 15. But for right now, that 5-minute is definitely at a minimum shaky for the bulls. You could play the game right here. You could. I was gonna say you could went long 2 against 3,900. The same trade again. That was here. Initially 2 against 3,900. You could do that, but it's not a great setup right now. Because even if they pop back up here above 4, you'll get back in at 3. They'll let you back in at 3. So it'd be better to wait for the market to show that it wants to go higher in this current setup right here. Wait for it to show that it wants to go higher, and then get back in on a dip. That's the better bet. No, I'm not in anything. So we got this going on here. So if this holds together, we're looking at Actually, about 1250. If this holds together. Still shaky right now. I think they could go lower here. That 5-minute is saying they could spike low day on the 5-minute. All right, so this bull flag is busted, and they're taking out low day. So the 5-minute told the tale all along, as I was saying. The 5-minute, as we're here, was definitely not looking good at all. Here it was trying to just firm up to stop going down. But within that process, we could have definitely double bottom, maybe spiked the low on a 5-minute. So the potential is there to take another leg down under 38.90. The potential is there. Actually, it's looking very good, actually. As of right now, it's looking like they're going to take out 38.90 with this current posture. Low day at a minimum low day. Likely 38.90 will get taken out. Likely right here, this will get taken out. 38.85. And then after that, I'm not saying we're going there, but well, you know, that opens up the door for 385. I haven't even been looking at. Damn. Yeah, so 386 is the target for right now. 386 is very, very likely to get hit. So this is interesting. I hope they do it, because this may set up a very nice bounce. The quicker, the sooner they do it. So it's looking like that is playing out here. And this is what I wanted yesterday here. Again, we weren't looking for much. Once we were here yesterday, you know, we were only looking for 386. And look what happened. So I really wanted this to happen yesterday, 386. And then off of that, I was sure as hell going to buy the dip here. And I still will do it here. But there's a lot more damage to the chart, because it opens up the door for taking out 38.80 the way it's looking. You know, because you know, once they take that out, you know, I hope, because we'll get a really, this will be a big range day. It's on the table. 38.60 is not out of question. I don't think it's going to happen on this run here, but it opens up the door once you start getting here. You know, given the posture of the chart, they may take out 38.80, and they'll probably hold on the first hit. You know, we're not going to just flush to 38.60. That's an unlikely scenario given the chart right now. Mainly the Stoke right here. Mainly the Stoke. We're probably going to get a bullish divergence wherever this takes us. I hope we get you know, I hope they take out 38.90 at a minimum. It's sure looking like it. So let's flip the chart here. So this stupid chart. Okay. So yeah, 38.90 is getting taken out. 100% getting taken out. If only on a spike. 38.90 is getting taken out. And I'm guessing that morning low there at 385. Not in the one shot, but 385 is very likely going to get taken out. And I want to say 38.80 is the target. I hope this happens sooner than later. because it'll set up a potential nice bounce. Oh. You got this 15 minute too. I hope 3880, because at a minimum you'll get 20 handles back to 3900, and likely 3910 that they missed here on the attempted bounce. Tough to say right now, depending how they hang around at these lows, because these MAs are catching up. Right now I can't say how the bounce is going to work and all that. I really can't say. Yeah, they're definitely taking out 3885 before this is all said and done. And I'm actually calling for 3880 as target. Maybe spiking that on this move. 3885 for sure, 100%. 3880. Maybe they bounce a little and then take it out, but I'm calling that the target. Because that's 386. We're not even talking 385. 385 is possible, but 386, 38880 is target for now. See, now this 15-minute posture looks worse than ES for the bears as far as the MAs. So yesterday absolutely sucked because they came short of 387.35. I mean, this just, I'm not gonna say it was a bad day, but man, they really played games right here. This was unfortunate. But going back to the common theme with me. Now, granted, I made money. This was a green trade. You're wrong when you're right. And I know where I went wrong yesterday, as far as thinking 387 or better. And that's simply the 200 on ES. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but the 200 was the smoking gun that I didn't see. Granted, I was looking to sell this 35 here, and they didn't even do that. So I wasn't looking for the 87 break. I was hoping, but they didn't even do the 35, which just is ridiculous. Kind of like this move right here. That's trading, man. This sucks because I wanted the 388s at $1.50. I could have got them, but if I chased it, I could have got them here for $1.50, and they're 3 1/4 right now. But I was hoping here that they came back to 390. That's where I wanted to get in. I was going to get the, at a minimum right here, 89.50, but shy of 390. I was going to get the 388 puts, and they didn't give that, so I didn't want to chase it. And from here, if I would have just got in just against 389 here, I probably would have got a double. For right now, it's not a double. Right now, it would be like 30, probably 50% right now. Yeah, be careful on the bounce here. But this is good. The sooner the better. This is good here. Tomorrow's Fed. But yeah, back to you're wrong when you're right. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on a second. All right, look at that, 386. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. 385 is getting hit. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Damn it, man. I'm not going to shoulda, coulda, woulda, but right here, the 388s for $1.50. The reason I didn't get them is because I thought we were coming back here after we broke out. I really thought they're coming back to 390. So it was a semi-chase. Right here, the posture, the 5-minute, was good. Okay. Flagging out here. I mean, I knew they were going to fill the gap. But you could say I kind of got greedy because I thought we were going to be pulling back to 390. We got this trend line too, so this sucks. Could have got a 3-bagger on the 388s. Oh man. If you're listening earlier when I was talking about this is the best week of the year for the market going into the 4th of July. On average, it's up over 2% on the week. And the question is that going to play out? It's tough to say because as I laid out earlier, this downside may hold. And, we're in a bear market. So, historically, you get the 4th of July rally, best week of the year. But we're in a bear market, and that daily that I was telling you on SPY could turn, has the potential to turn relatively quickly. So, we may break 385 and come up here to 384.5. Here's your waterfall. This sucks. I was short yesterday, and then They don't give you good entry here. So, I mean, look at this just dump right here. All day chopping, literally looking for less than an extra dollar. Less than $1 here. So, profitable, looking for less than $1. And then, I mean, now you're just getting dollar after dollar after dollar. I mean, uh, that's trading. So I was being patient here, looking to get back on a dip, and they never give you the dip. So if they would have dipped, and I would have got 390 or an attempt at 390, you're getting 5 points without looking back. Oh man. That's a very big candle. It makes me wonder, do we even break this high or the low? Do we even come back? Do we even come back to three? Let's just say 3 to 850. I mean, this candle kind of puts it in question that this downside may hold. So I don't even know about we're going to get a bounce, but a big bounce reversal. The 30-minute isn't hot. I mean, right now it's bearish, but man, tough to tell. Let's see what we can see here. Okay, they didn't break that pivot yet. They came short on the first shot. 385 is going to get broken. Oh man. Oh, this is interesting. Oh. Very interesting. Um, Very interesting setup today. Right now it's a little too soon to tell. The chart needs more time, but I really hope they break 385. I mean, they should. It's only another point. But given this candle right here, a 385 break would put this, as like a tail candle doji. However, this 30-minute, we got 25 minutes left here on this. We're not going to 83. I don't think that's happening. I would love for it. Some little mini capitulation, even a spike of 83, that'd be great. Maybe back to 82 and hit this. I mean, I would just like that from the bounce side. But right now, this is a pretty deep cut right here. Oh man, pretty deep cut, especially that last 15-minute. That ain't no joke. This is given the possibility that we don't even see 389 today on a bounce with that candle. IT, I think you're here. What about Vlad? I haven't heard from you. You've been quiet. Okay. Well, yeah, right now, don't be trying to pick the bottom yet. The chart is saying we're probably going to crack 385, maybe even 383. But the chart has taken a lot of damage. Yeah, they may flush 385 on this candle right here. It's sure looking like it. People playing that 38% retrace are about to get it, because they came short of it on the first one. So when they come back, they ain't stopping. All right, let's see. Let me sharpen my futures scalping skills. So yeah, we're definitely hitting 38.60. We're gonna get a little capitulation here. There's no reason to be long at all. Now we are extended as far as VWAP, so this may take. It doesn't mean you're going to hit it right now, was actually right here. They may firm up here. This has the potential here. So right now you're catching a falling knife, but yeah, there's no reason. There's no reason. Yeah, then maybe they might do it. Wow. All right, 38.60 is getting hit. 388s, almost $5. Solid three bagger right now. I actually had an order prepped way below so I don't get filled on accident. Of course, the time I want to get filled, it doesn't happen, right? I had my order under $1. It's just they have the order ready. I was looking for 137 on an entry. And they're going to hit $5. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, does this suck or what? Yesterday? After yesterday's bullshit, volatile chop, up and down, playing, all day playing with that shit, and then you just get a complete dump that never looks back, and I don't even have one piece of that. You gotta be kidding me. All right, let's see if all right, so no reason to go long. 388 would be the target on a bounce, but right now there's no reason to go. I mean, I'm not saying I'm potentially a bottom, maybe trying to be put in. Definitely into the next hour here. So let's take a look. If you could get the 388s for under $1, I mean, you're only going to get, let's just say, 4 points out of it. I mean, that's good. So you get a solid double. If we go back to 388 now, depending how long it takes, because we have a lot of work to do. Bulls have a lot of work to do on a bounce. So yeah, 384 is getting hit. I actually hope they. Okay, I'm gonna put an order here on these 388s. Hopefully under $1. 384 is gonna get hit. And right now, this chart is very, very damaged. So I might get in just in case we get a spike. What I'm trying to say is we're not just going to de-bottom out of here. We're not gonna. It's very unlikely you're going to get some rip out of the hole. That's not going to happen. Very unlikely. But I wouldn't mind getting 388, maybe a 387 down here if they spike it, because that may be low day. And you won't get that price, even if this takes some time to dig out of the hole. I mean, this just sucks to the downside, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. Market falls out of bed. 7 points from where I was looking at the 388s. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Over 7 points. Never look back. So they should crack 383. I'm sorry, 384 before this is all said and done. The way we're falling out of bed here. And today is what I wanted yesterday. Do you guys remember? I wanted them to squeeze it a little bit more. Pretty much literally today is what I wanted yesterday. Like literally. Go back to the tape. I was saying I hope they spike it. I'm like, I was calling for 392, 393. I'm like, no, I don't think we hit 395. But I think if I remember correctly, I was calling for 392, 393, and they go short from there. And that's literally what's playing out today. Now, I wasn't calling for this yesterday. I was calling for 386, maybe 385. Well, actually, that's where we pretty much are now. Oh, man. I'm going to have a talk later. I didn't have to talk yesterday about not trading dailies or being very careful and selective trading dailies. Someone remind me later so I can have that talk. So, I'm not even thinking about anything until 384 gets cracked. So it looks like they're, and I mean, look at that 20. I'm not saying we're going to 380, but man, I mean, that hourly too, right now, you don't want to be catching a falling knife. Even if it does work out. I mean, the 5 minutes not even, we're not deep bottoming out of here in this 5 minute. So what I'm trying to get is that hourly, the only way the trade's going to work out for the bounce is if, we get some further capitulation. I'm talking like 383 gets cracked on this hourly, and you buy that 383, and then on this hourly we get a tail candle back above 385 or something. That's kind of the only way you want to buy. Trying to pick this bottom here. If we get a 383 crack, and you buy that. So now I'm definitely not getting the 388s. I'm looking at the 387s here as a more safer play as far as any bounce goes. But the way it's looking, 384 is getting cracked, and I'm not ruling out 383. I am not ruling out 383. So because I was being patient for a short entry that they didn't give, I sure as hell am definitely going to be patient with the tape we have right now. And actually, now that I look at it, man, I think they do tag 383. Yeah, I'm not, okay, that's the plan. If we hit 383, I'll get myself a 387. If they don't, if they reverse before that, well then I'm just gonna give the chart time and let the 15 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour kind of settle in to give some kind of indication that a bottom might be in. Yeah, 383 for right now is definitely a stretch. 384, sure. 383 would bring some panic. And this is a very deep cut. So, yeah, I mean, this is a very deep cut. Very deep cut. So, do they bounce? It's looking like they can go in one shot. People are trying to pick the bottom, and this is just a capitulation type move. It looks like they're going to just keep going. I hope that plays out that way. Because if it does play out that way, we'll bounce, and we should grind out of there. Meaning, if they stop short now and then bounce, and then create a divergent lower low, that could still work out. But I think that has less of a chance of getting a very nice bounce rather than the flush capitulation. So it looks like there might be doing the bounce first before the divergent low happens. I hope not. Okay, it's still open that they could flush some more. Um, right now, it's very very tough to say or too soon to tell if they're going to try to bounce somewhat. If they break 385, then we're probably going to see a bounce to 386. But right now, you see that volume, you see that hammer, he might be going long. But I would be on edge right now if I got in here saying, okay, this is good enough. I would not be comfortable right here. The old me probably would have bought this. Seen the volume, seen that hammer, little mini 1 minute capitulation sort of on volume. And then the 5 minute saying, we ain't ready. And then they're going to flush it. Just like they are now. So this is good. I hope they keep going here. 384 minimum. I hope we get 383 on the current push we're seeing right here. Okay, where are we at here on the 380? 387s. I could get them. I would love them at $1, but $1.25 is more likely. Come on, keep going. Keep going. 5 minutes saying you could keep going. It may be a spike though. I'm gonna get an order right here. I'll put an order on the 3D7s for $1. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that, Phil. I doubt they even hit $1. But I wouldn't be mad about getting Phil leaving that order in on this push lower here. Come on, flush it. Flush it. $384 is getting flushed. And I really hope to keep going to $383. Did they crack it? Oh, they did crack it. So I hope they keep going because this would be a surprise. Trap some people here thinking, this with this extension, 384 quote unquote should bounce. But there's so much momentum here that I don't think it holds. I think at a minimum they break 383.50. 383 crack is going to be the question. Three eighty three is a question of do they crack that. I would love a flush on this candle right here. Just really open it up here. Go as deep as they can here. And then maybe get a nice tail candle here. So even if that doesn't happen, on this next 5 minute, you're going to get in. They're not going to just take off. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going. Let's go. So right now it's attempting to bounce that prior resistance. So okay, it's acting how it should. I thought they were going to really keep going in. No reason to jump in. If you're scalping any longs right now, be very, very careful. Because they're not done. So be careful on the long for now. This may hold for a little bit for now. Possibly they crack 385. But it's you've got to be careful here. Because that 5 minute is saying they could very easily take another quick flush down. So have very tight stops here. If you're trying to play bounce on a 1 minute. Let's look at the 15 minute. Alright, yeah man, they really, okay. Oh, this 15 minutes is going to close. Okay, good. So, yeah, we're definitely taking out 383.5. 383, well, we're hitting it. 383 is very possible. And that's, at this point, that's what I want. It would be nice if they flush out on this candle here. And this 15 minutes really bad, really ugly. Very ugly 15 minute. It's going to take work to get out of this hole. Yeah, look at the volume there too. So you got to be careful on this bounce. You know, we got this trend line here we could come to. We got one here. If it gets really crazy, it's a 380. I mean, this 15 minute right now is very ugly. We're definitely extended and all that stuff. But this momentum is very strong to the downside. So I'd actually prefer them to bounce a little bit here. It's looking like they might not. So this flag here definitely played out here as far as that goes. But I would like for them to bounce somewhat, hang out a little bit to allow this to creep up. And then if you flush lower again, get a divergent, bullish divergence on the 1 minute for an entry. But I ain't touching anything as far as the bounce goes. No, scalping is another story, but calls, there's no reason to touch anything. Not even build a position yet. Nothing. No reason to get any calls at all. I mean, because this is so ugly. I mean, do we take out 382? And then we're there. Do we come back to 380? Because again, as I laid out this morning, this chart right here, So here we go. So maybe the real bounce happens tomorrow on a dip to like 391. And then that puts in like a consolidation kind of doji day. And then maybe we are taking that leg to 360. And that's going to catch everyone by surprise, thinking the bounce is happening. The bear market's not over. People are picking bottoms. They're expecting the 4th of July rally. They don't get it. This will tie into the conversation how here about not trading dailies. About not trading dailies here. Meaning, yesterday, now I'm not in a position to swing, but just like here, I was thinking of holding some puts. Prior resistance acting as support. Prior resistance acting as support. So what I'm trying to get at is, you could have built the swing. I'm gonna save this talk. It's gonna be a good talk about swinging. This is a perfect example of it. 2 examples right here. That the timing will be difficult, but you could go out at least a week, and you can get paid very nicely on a swing. And it could be a day trade if it just works out really quick like today. I mean, man, we could hit 380. Why not? I mean, maybe we hit 380. We have an hour and a half left for this candle to close. So if it closes up here at 383, oh, there we go. I wasn't even paying attention. So 383. So 383 is getting taken out. 382 is probably getting hit too. and I'm even opening up the possibility for 380 today. So if we hit it on the next candle, so right now the bounce is completely out of question, meaning, a V bottom, a huge bounce, whatever, that's off the table now. So I'm looking for a bounce, but from a much lower level because of the the power of this move. This isn't shakeout and we're V bottoming out of here, 4th of July rally. This is getting serious. That this move's gonna stick. So now I'm thinking of probably waiting till the next 4-hour candle. Maybe we get an extra push. Now 380 is a bit of a stretch. 382 is getting hit. Do they spike into this gap is the question now. And if they could close up here, 383 or better on this 4-hour, ideally you want 382. And then we get some continuation on the next 4-hour, and then we get some kind of reversal off of that. Maybe we're looking at like 385 now on a bounce. So right now, okay, so this is why you got to look at a lot of things. Now, this doesn't guarantee it, but this 1 hour, the quicker the better. That we could see a pretty good bounce because of where we are in this 1 hour here. However, if this is kicking off a move, a much bigger move, this doesn't mean we have to have a strong bounce reversal. So this could stick. I'm not saying we're going to bounce in the turn, but what I'm saying is this could be the beginning of a much bigger move lower here. But normally, with this posture here, normally you don't want to, or normally you're going to get a pretty good reversal. And looking at this 15-minute here, yeah, okay. So we gotta look at all this. 15-minute is not supportive. I hope they keep going. I hope this happens quick because this 15-minute is saying we could get a pretty decent bounce. But not just yet. We're gonna need man, depends how they do it. Because if they do like a spike, you could get a good entry on a bounce. If there's with the current tape, there's the possibility for a nice tail candle capitulation spike. But based on the 15-minute, I would be looking to start thinking about some calls until the next 15-minute, probably more likely the one after that, for a sustained bounce, like the real bounce. We'll see how this plays out here. Yeah, see, this is a rare move. They didn't let you in. Well, obviously, if you just look at the chart, but here's another way. Under the zero line, and not even an attempt at cross. See, this would have been the opportunity here. They could have spiked. Probably wouldn't have hit 390. But a 389 spike here, fake out, possibly looking like it's going to pinch and then hold. That would have been, I was looking for something like that. So they didn't let you in. All right, it's looking like we have a temporary bottom for now. Where are we at here? Meaning on this 15-minute, that might be the bottom. Might. There's two ways this is going to play out. This is the bottom. They bounce up, they flag out, they grind. However they get out of this hole and wherever they go, who knows? That's one way it could be the bottom. It could bounce up here and hang around, fail, take out the low, and then create a bullish divergence on that lower low. But this is a very deep cut. Yeah, it's tough to say. It is very tough to say. I'm giving the Bears the edge. As far as the bigger picture goes, but it is tough to say. It's too soon to tell. I mean, you could just pretty much put it that way. Too soon to tell. Right now, the Bears have a slight edge. Yeah, I don't mind you sharing trades, but no scalp trades. $200 profit minimum. As far as the divergent lower low setup, this is gonna if the divergent lower low plays out, they're probably gonna hang around a couple days if they're gonna fall out of bed here. And the reason is because of this. This is what's kind of telling me that. Meaning, this is going to need a day or two more to kind of keep going like this before we snap lower. Unless the bulls today, if the bulls can take back 388 on the close, then there's a chance, a further continued bounce is possible. They got to take back 388 on the close to catch up the chart for further upside. Alright, I hope they keep going here. Because even if that divergent lower, even if the bearish chart is dominating to gun for the daily lows, and this day still ends, let's say, under 386, we can still get a very nice bounce on a quick capitulation. Right now it's kind of, and it's sketchy. Oh, that's another thing. I'm sure, everyone's here. We got 7 people here, but so what I just said there, one of my problems too is yesterday, as I was saying, like, oh, I don't know, this and that. Well, as I'm saying that, I have to listen to myself and put some weight to that analysis. So as I'm saying this too, we have a deep cut, the bears might take over. We might not even see 388 today or something like that. Well, what is that telling you? Well, that's me. That's the chart telling me what to say. And if that's what the chart's telling me, that means you have to be careful playing this bounce. So meaning, even if they do quickly, come down here and take out 382, you got to play that bounce. And when that bounce starts to have some cracks in the wall, the trade's done, because that may be it. So maybe let's say we hit 382, and from that bounce, we get a relatively quick bounce above 385. So if we hit 382 right here, the target is 386. Right here. Maybe 385.80 right here. That's target based on this chart, the damage it has. If we're coming from 383 or 382. That's the bounce. Speaking of the bounce, we definitely need to do this. So what I'm getting at is all the stuff I'm saying, if I get in this bounce, I can't get greedy on this bounce. Thinking like, oh, okay, well maybe we get the V bottom and all that stuff. No. So as I was laying it out yesterday, into the close, I'm like, oh, I don't know. I was talking about how I don't see a setup for the long side, okay? But at the same time, the downside yesterday, it's not like I was saying, oh man, yeah, the chart's very strong and this and that. So because I wasn't saying that, well, what does that tell you? That means you can't stay in this trade if it starts to transform. The longer time frames don't support the downside yesterday. That okay, maybe we're gonna get a big move, or this is the chart is strongly supportive of the bears from the hourly, the 30-minute, all that. It was wishy-washy. So I mean, that's why trading's hard. So in the moment, you're green, trade's working, But because the hourly and those other time frames aren't strongly supportive of holding the downside strongly or a bigger move, then you got to get out on these moves. You can't stay in, hoping, okay, maybe we could do this or that. And see, this is why it's hard, because look where we are today. I wasn't expecting this yesterday, but the point is, there is reasons on the chart to support the downside. And the smoking gun for yesterday was right here. This 100 that just was trying to flatten. So it's luck if we get some kind of quick rug pull, or a quick run to 387. That's a little bit of luck with this. This isn't supporting 387. Now again, I wasn't looking for 387. I was saying maybe. I was just looking for 387.35. It just sucks that we had all this whipsaw action here on both sides. This was very unusual, by the way. What was the chart that I wanted to show you? I think it was a 15-minute. I think this was the chart, if I'm not mistaken. When's the last time you saw this? When's the last time you saw this? Now, granted, when you flip it, these are just hammers. Hammers for the bulls. But this is pretty unusual to see this kind of action, and then you look on the 1 minute. Look at this crazy. This is very unusual, and then into the close. This was some very unusual price action. Like, I cannot remember the last time I've ever seen anything like this. Very unusual. And the fact that they were going to do this and then have this gap, the fact that they didn't spike it a little bit more is crazy. They barely cracked the low day here. Yeah, they're going to give one more push here. I really hope they do it sooner than later. 382s would be nice. Alright, here's that 15-minute. I hope they hold this kind of flag out here, and then on the next 15-minute, they go. I gotta take notes of stuff I want to talk about. I had other things I wanted to say. Oh, and how, off the top of my head, I don't know about before that, but the last 3 trading days, I was 3 for 3, and I got in my own way. Pretty much letting the profits slip out of my hands. So 3 for 3 the last 3 days. I got to keep a journal of my winning percentage to show myself this is my winning percentage, so why am I not killing it? So meaning, if I'm winning, let's just say like I'm doing crazy, like 80% win rate. I mean, come on, how are you not profitable with 80% win rate? See, right now it's very tempting to get in like, okay, it's good enough, right? This is good enough. You know, could this be the bottom? I don't think it is. Could we get somewhat of a bounce? Sure. So you could get in and the bounce could work, and it's not enough, so you stay in, and then they take out low day, and then now you're right on the trade. You know, that's how that's going to play out. But most people, everyone's trying to pick the bottom here. Everyone's trying to pick the bottom right here. And this is such a deep cut. But now you got to look at it with the big down day right here. Okay, so this is now the momentum of the downside is trying to turn neutral. So it looks like we're getting some kind of bounce here. But this is such a deep cut. This isn't the low. It's very unlikely that's the low. For two reasons. One, everyone's trying to pick the bottom. So that in itself is good reason for them to bounce and pull the rug one more time. Two, we still don't know who's going to take control today. Are the Bulls going to have some kind of epic comeback and take back 388 into the close? And if not, okay, I'm sorry. So if the Bulls are going to have some kind of epic comeback and dig out of this hole, then it's very likely they're going to take out the low one more time to really shake everyone out. Because right now, technically, we didn't bounce yet. So now anyone getting in on this bounce, if we have an epic reversal, is it going to be that easy? I'm not saying they're going to go straight up, but are they not going to take out the low again? Is the question. You also got people, let's say they do get in the bounce. Let's say they chase the bounce. And let's say we go back up to 388. A lot of people are going to sell well before that. They're not going to stay in the move either. So they're going to get they're going to sell this 80 right here. And then it pulls back, takes another leg up. And, if it's a crazy reversal, they're going to be like, oh man, I sold too early. Oh, look at that, right at the 200. Did it hit it? I think it did hit it. Yeah, it hit it. Look at that beautiful short. Man, that was in the morning, right? Anybody catch that? Oh, that was at the open. Oh my god. Man, I woke up late today. I'm not saying I would have taken that, but man, at the open, Jesus. Wow. The day I'm not up for the open, we get an epic sell-off. But look at that. You had the round number, and you had the 4-hour 200 right there, and it never looked back. So you wouldn't have gotten in it expecting this. But the point is, if you got in it, it never put up a fight. You weren't sweating this, assuming you stayed in. And I'm talking puts here, not talking futures, because nobody would have shorted that 50 and then just stayed in. That'd be stupid. Even though we had muted bounces, we'd be an idiot to stay in there and not cover 50 handles at 3,900. Even though we had a muted bounce here of less than 10 point. Well, 10 points from the low because they went under. But right here, this is a bear flag. You for sure would have had your cover at 3,900 if you stayed in that whole time. Yeah, this is a man. The reason I'm reacting that way is because it's such a deep cut that it's gonna be it's a small chance. It's a 20% chance we get some. It's a 20% chance we close 388 or better. That's why I'm reacting like that, because it's such a deep cut. I want to play the bounce, but I'm just like, oh man, I don't know about this bounce. That's the way the chart's making me feel, as far as like, who knows what we're gonna get out of this bounce here. This is some pretty heavy volume too. This is steady volume to the downside. And this was a big move, but the point is the selling here. Look at the volume here. So the volume here, now I'm trying to compare it to the upside. This was different. This was from the open. Okay, there you go. You could use this as an example. This was, I think, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday right here. And we had this big move here, but the volume was almost half of the volume to the downside here as it was to the upside. And this was a bigger move. Well, we don't know where this move is going to end, so maybe this is a much bigger move lower, but yeah, this is pretty heavy volume right here. So the volume is confirming this move, that you got to give some weight to this move here. Now let's flip it, and now we got this. So the move to the upside here. Look at the move to the downside here. This move. Decreasing volume. The volume was all the way down here. Granted, this was we weren't moving here. Okay, the volume picked up from close, but besides the point. We got a very good volume here to the downside. Yeah, 382 is getting taken out. This 15-minute is giving you no reason to think this move is over. It hasn't shown any reason that the move is over here. Actually, as crazy as it may sound, it's a little bit of a chase here. I'm just looking with, because maybe we hit 380, and then I could have got these 380s for $1. Man. All right, let me ask you guys, long or short right now? I'm not saying on a 1 minute. Long or short? Do you buy the dip, or do you short for lower prices? I'm not talking a scalp. I'm talking like, minimum 2 points on SPY. What would you guys do? Long or short? Minimum 2 points on SPY for a move. No scalping. You got to get 2 points on SPY. Are you going long or are you going short here? Without nitpicking, like, oh, I gotta wait for the 5 minute. Just in general, from this area, long or short, minimum 2 points on SPY. You can't scalp your way there. Are we gonna get 2 points lower or 2 points higher from this area? Anyone else? Okay, so we got a half and half. Okay, so anyone else? IT, Vlad? Anyone else? Minimum 2 point move on SPY, long or short, from this general area. Okay, but you gotta pick. Okay, so you're long then. So Vlad's long. Okay, so we got 2 longs and 1 short. Okay, so we got 3 longs and 1 short. Okay, 3 longs and 1 short. Okay, that's it. It's, again, the criteria was minimum 2 points in SPY without nitpicking an entry. Just in general, whether it's here, here, here. Okay. I was just trying to get a consensus here. So whether we bounce a little bit more, obviously if we bounce 3 points, okay, well then the long worked out, if you want to put it that way. I just meant in general. I just meant in a way of, like, I guess you could say if you're going long, then the bottom is in or very close to being in, meaning like maximum 1 more point away in SPY. So if we hit if we hit 382 or lower, then you're wrong picking the bottom. It's got to be like within the point of the lows. So I was just seeing what you guys said before what I said. So I think we're going lower. The 5 minute is looking like it's consolidating a bit. They may bounce a little bit more. Maybe 38.75. Okay, this is a very big move here. But as of right now, until the chart proves itself, I'm not playing a bounce until the chart proves itself. And at a minimum, we break low day and then wait for a setup. But I think we're going lower. I think we could possibly hit 380 today. Hold on, let me first look at this to let you know. This chart's broken. Okay, so now that I actually looked at the chart, I want to say there's an 80% chance we hit 382. So what I'm getting at is I am waiting for the chart. I'm looking for a bounce setup, a very good bounce setup. I'm not just gonna, go off a 5 minute, or if they would have kept going, it was unlikely. But if they would have kept going and took out 82 without this consolidation, I was gonna get in regardless. I was gonna wait for a 1 minute entry, to getting on a spike for probably at least 3 points to the upside in relatively quick order if they kept going. So on this 15 minute right here, so here's your consolidation on this 15 minute. If they would have spiked it to 382, 382.5, 382 right here, I was going to buy that dip if they did it on this candle here and put in a nice tail candle. And then, from, let's just say 382.5 would have been conservative. 382 was a little bit of a stretch. Everyone wanted 382, let's just say. So 382.5. So, right now we might be getting 3 points out of it had it worked out like that. But right now I ain't playing any bounce until I see a very, very good setup. That leads me to another thing I wanted to say. What did I want to say? I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I think yesterday. So I think I wanted to talk about my patience. So yesterday I got in at 10:11. Right here. Here. Oh yeah. Okay. So what I wanted to say. So I left my order in there. I got in here. I shouldn't have gotten in. I left my order here on the what was I in? The 390 puts. So actually no, now I remember. I was trying to cancel it. I was trying to cancel the order. I was literally, it wasn't even a second of me trying to change the order, either change it or cancel it. I forgot, and then it failed. And I'm like, son of a bitch. I was basing it off the chart of the 390 puts right here. So I shouldn't have been in the trade. I was trying to cancel to get in at about $1.28. The low was just under $1 right here. I kind of forgot what I wanted to say there, but I think what I was going to say is, I have good entries where the entries are good enough that, again, the past 3 days, I had, as far as the overall trade, I had great trades. The market didn't give you a three-bagger or anything crazy, but getting in the trade and how the trade played out, staying in until target and all that stuff, I did very well. So I think what I wanted to say is my winning percentage is pretty good. And you got to take what the market gives you. So I gave the speech before how, God forbid I only make 30% on the trade. What's 30% in 10 minutes? God forbid you only get 30% in 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 50%. That's a problem. I have to be more quick to take profits like most people, rather than looking at the chart saying, oh, it could do this. This might happen. And what I'm getting at is the past couple weeks sucked. But the point is, those days where you only got a 30%, some of them were like 25%. God forbid you make 25% on your trade, right? But the point is, all those days that happened, the right thing would be is to, well, you got to read the chart and see what's possible. But if the chart isn't very strongly in favor, like yesterday, the longer term time frames to the downside weren't supportive. They looked like they were turning, but they didn't turn, and they weren't in the posture to support a bigger move down. Granted, I was only looking for this, wasn't being greedy at all. I mean, this was a screw job here that they couldn't even hit this 35 target. I mean, that's just, well, bad luck. Let's just say, whatever you want to call it. I mean, that's what I was looking for. I was hoping they did it here. I was gonna take it off right here. Upper VWAP, you got this one, all this stuff here, and even here. And then once we got here, I'm like, okay, they're probably hitting 387. Not only did they not hit 387, they still didn't hit this 35 target by 9 cents. I mean, I could not believe that. Because if they hit this 35 target only 9 cents away, that's not even hitting the quarter number, and then everyone's looking for 387. So anyway, the bottom line is, all these days where I only was up 30% or 50% on a trade, a profitable trade that worked out. Not I got lucky on the trade, or it was red and then I got lucky and it turned green. Like, no, the trades worked. The trade worked yesterday. I got in by accident here, okay? But the bottom line, I was looking to get in. And after here, I would have got in at $1.28. The low was like 95 or something. Okay, the trade worked. Winner. Trade worked. Winner. So it doesn't matter what it gives you. 50%, 100%, 300%. That doesn't matter. What matters is trade worked. The posture wasn't supportive of a bigger move. And you can't be like, oh, the moves to the downside, you can get the surprises. They could open the trap door. You can't do that. Because most of the time that's not going to happen. So the point is, the past 2 weeks that's sucked, and they did. They didn't give us much actionable setups. These 2 days were good, but for the most part you had this grind, this gap and go with this small range grind, and you remember what the days were like before. The point is, you got to take those 30% and 50% gains, and if you take it, and then the 30% gain ended up being a solid double, well, so be it. The point is, when the days come for the better setups, the days for a 3-bagger isn't rare. A 3-bagger, a 5-bagger or better, that's on any given day, I would say 5-bagger or better. I don't know what the percentages are, but a 5-bagger or better in general, on average, it's probably, I don't know, maybe a 40% chance of happening. 100% on any day of the week is probably 90% chance to catch 100% move in calls or puts. A 3-bagger, probably 80% chance, 75% chance. So the point is, those bigger moves are more rare, relatively speaking. And then catching a move is a whole other story. So maybe it gives it to you, but did they let you in? Kind of like today, we had to chase it. You could have said, oh, the 15-minute. Once we were here, the 15-minute was also below the zero line here. So yes, it was cracked open. This was sketchy because being below the zero line, they should have let you in on a dip here. I wasn't saying they're gonna hit 390, but well under 389 on a dip for sure. And what happened? They cracked it open to the downside here, and this cracked open this move here. But normally right here, plus, oh, look at this. You got this 50 that wasn't even flat here, was trying to flatten. So it's just odds, it's probabilities. You know, this is 80% of the time this doesn't happen. 80% of the time. Anyway, let's get back to the chart here. There might be a setup here. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this 5 minute here, but I'm gonna maybe some 381s here under $1. 381 puts under $1 for a minimum 382 target. Let's see, where's the 385s right now? I'm trying to look at the volume here on these options. You know what? These 381s here, that might have been the low right under $1. Looking at the chart of the 381s. I'm not saying they're just going to crack lower here. Right now, it's too soon to tell right now. I'm going to wait for this 5 minute. We're still extended. It's definitely a chase to go short here, looking for 382, but the potential is there. And the reason, other than the chart supporting another leg down, is because of what I laid out with that daily. That the bears are at a minimum neutral with a slight tilt that they may take it back. And just the overall chart, it's to be determined. But the potential is there. The potential is there. As in, right now we don't know how this day is going to shape up. The chart is supporting low daybreak, probably 382. The chart does support that, just on the chart, which is number one. And then you also have that analysis of that daily, the overall, daily, weekly, the overall bearish posture. The posture is there that the bears can take it right back, and we could, be setting up for the move to the lows, 360. So, yeah, I mean, this flag's not going to fly out here unless they came back here. So here's what sucks. So I'm going to wait on the 5 minute. They may not do it, but if they come back here, I'm going to get some puts here at 75. I don't know if they're going to do it. I don't know if they're going to do it. It's unlikely to happen quickly. There's no reason to rush into it. So because they didn't come back to 75, they didn't have to, people want to cover at 75, the round number. So they didn't have to hit it, but a little bit more than that. There's no reason to run into this. especially this hourly right here is a doji here. This next hourly, they could bounce it a little bit more to that 75 on this next hourly, maintaining this bearish posture going into the next hourly candle. They could come back down some more. Look at the volume. Pretty good volume there on the sell. Remember I was talking about the 15 minute, how that 15 minute had very good volume on the whole move lower. So there's the volume for that candle. Pretty good. And look what happened here that kicked off this move. We had that big commanding candle right here that kicked off the move lower here. We're at a much different posture here, okay? Much. This is not the same at all. So like I said before, they're probably gonna, if we're gonna gun for 360, they're probably gonna hang around here for a little bit on that daily MACD to allow it to open up a little bit more, just for a couple more days. And then take the next leg down. Beta's not a winner. What are you talking about? Those puts are killing it. What are you talking about? We're just consolidating. We've been moving all day. And this is a normal, healthy consolidation right here. If we chop around until power hour here, then yeah, that's gonna suck. But for right now, this is perfectly normal and a great day for the Bears. Yeah, they're gonna push a little higher here before they go lower. Too soon to say, but just if you could ask me, they're gonna hit that 75 before they break low day. So I'm gonna be looking for a short if they come in that 75. Either way, I'm not gonna chase it because the 5 minute is not ready just to take another leg lower. Need a little bit more time here. Speaking a little more time here, I've been talking this whole time. I'm gonna take a little break here. Give the chart some time. Alright, well there we go. Now, will they let you in is a question. They should. If they can come back to 384, I'll still go short. OBS said I got disconnected for a second. Did you guys notice anything? Did you hear me say if they get to 384, I'll go short? Not a big deal. We're back on, but just wondering. It disconnected? Oh, okay. I was talking a lot, so I kind of don't have the energy to go on another big talk of what I wanted to talk about. But as the title suggests, I was very skeptical about that gap, which I don't want to get into the talk, but it ties into going further out on options. I'm talking like a week out, next Friday. So yesterday, I wouldn't have did it yesterday. I would waited for today. But getting some puts with the intention of probably holding it for at least a day. Now, today, I wouldn't be holding it if you're getting paid in this way. But the reason was this. The reason was this. Why I named the title of the video that, and also why I would consider maybe swinging some puts for next week. Like next Friday's 385s, maybe 380s for next Friday. And it's because of this. Prior resistance is now support. So it's tricky because timing and all that. But that's why you go out a week and you buy yourself some time just in case you're off by a day or two. Friday's not even enough this Friday, because if you're off by 2 days and then it works out, well, you're going to hold it for 2 days? Why would you do that? Why would you take that risk when you could get a much better price? So that's why you're going a little further out. So if you're off by a day or two, it'll go against you, but it won't be devastating. Maybe at worst you'd be down 50%, which is bad. But when it turns around, it's going to turn around quick as it did today. But this is the same concept here. Before we fell apart, I said depending on the close, I might swing some puts. You guys remember the story? I don't gotta explain it, but so meaning like here, if they closed, the target was 750. So if they, cracked 7, closed under 7, whatever, something not this, I was gonna get the puts. But because of what happened, that's why I didn't take them. But here was the same concept here. I'm looking at tomorrow's options. So kind of quote unquote chasing it down here when I was drinking my coffee. I was very tempted to get the 388s for $1.50. I had my order kind of locked in at the $1.50 price, and I'm just like, no, wait. There's a lot of work to do, but the 20% of the time happened. Because yeah, there's a lot of work to do. And how do they cancel out all that work needed to get the chart in position? Well, that's how, with a big move. And that big move just drags everything like a black hole back to price. But 80% of the time, this does not happen. But here we go. Let's look at exactly what I'm talking about right now. So I literally in this, I didn't take the trade, so it doesn't matter. You could, shoulda, coulda, woulda all you want, and whether you believe me or not, is besides the point. Right here, I was looking at the 388s at $1.50. I was very tempted. You had the 9 here again. 80% times this doesn't happen. Just look at the 9. The 9 V bottom, okay, and never look back. We had like a 30-minute consolidation without a pullback, and it just took off. I mean, V bottom, the consolidation, hugged it, kissed it a little bit, and then took off. Okay, so this is rare. Okay, but next Friday, 385s. So right here, I'd be looking at the 385s for next Friday. Well, let's see. Let's see what would have happened. So I'm kind of going into this talk here. Oh shit! Son of a bitch! Oops, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Oh my god. Wow. You guys probably heard it. So I'm in a 387 at $1. I left my order in there. Oh my god. Well, it's sure not a bad entry. Now looking at it, you got that trend line. Son of a bitch. What was the low on these 387s? Alright, that ain't bad. Hopefully this holds, because the low is 90 on a spike. So these 387 calls here, I'm not crazy about this, but realistically you could have got in at 95 cents. I'm in from $1. I went to the option chain and I see I'm in. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, how am I in something? I'm like, what is going on here? I'm not happy about it, but this still could crack down. It still could. It's a coin toss right here. It's a coin toss. I'm not happy. I'm not pissed either, but I keep doing that. I forgot about that. Son of a bitch. Forgot. Jesus Christ. Yesterday, I knew about the order. I was trying to cancel it. The point is, yesterday, it was a realistic target. This one I put way below here. So, I mean, I put in this order, I don't even know. Maybe here, as we're coming down, thinking about the bounce. Anyway, so I'm flat on the trade right now. So I put in, to make it better, I put it in way low enough
I was looking at the 387s at I think a buck 25 or a buck 50. So I'm like, okay, put it at $1. That's way far away. So I'm not worried about it, but I'm still not. Okay, now let's look at the chart. Now that I'm in the trade here, let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. I'm not excited about anything here at all. Where did we go? What did we hit when I was away? 382.50. Okay, I actually was calling for 382.50, and I was like, I hope they hit 82 and flush it, but I'm not sure if they're gonna do that because everyone wants 382. Doesn't mean we're gonna just. This is gonna bounce really nice, but well, I'm in the trade, so let's see if we could get quickly to above 384. I'll be up like 30%, whatever. I'm not definitely not excited about being in this trade. At best, I'm neutral that I'm in this. When did I get filled? I got filled like 16 minutes ago. I got filled at 12:12. So not bad, but the way today is, I don't even know what kind of bounce we're gonna get. I'm very skeptical about uh, the bounce. Not saying we're not gonna bounce, but as of right now, I'm not excited about a bounce at all. And I was looking at puts, thinking about the puts here. Oh, would you look at that? So remember my little challenge or my survey, my poll. So when we're here, I'm like, okay, SPY going 2 points up or down. So I quote unquote barely won my trade that I didn't take. We fell 2 more points to the downside. I said 2 points minimum. We're going up or down. So now I'm glad I didn't. Well, who knows what's going to shape up, but I'm glad I didn't take it because right now I have to be seriously considering selling that put. Let's see what I would have got on the 381s. The 381s I would have got at I wouldn't have got them at $1. So realistically, $1.10. They hit $1.80. So I mean, not a bad trade at all. Speaking of the 381s, they're getting a little bit of sell side volume on those 381 puts here. However, they very well still may crack 382. So again, I'm not my accident call by here. There's the 50%. So right now the chart is there's no strong support for the chart right now. I mean, you could have said that here too. Like, okay, yeah, this is probably short. There is no strong support that we're breaking the prior low day. Okay, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but before I was saying, they may only come back up to 386, and that's still very well may be it. Right up here for the bounce. I'm hoping the best case. I don't think it's happening, but they retrace 50%. Whether they hold or not, that's a long shot with the chart right now. we're gonna break 382. We have a better chance at breaking 382 than we do hitting 388 today. That's my guess. So right now, okay, hold on, let's look at the chart here. All right, so we got a 4-hour close. It's very, very indecisive right now for today for a bounce. I don't. I mean, now looking at the hourly, they're gonna break that lower day. I think 382 is gonna get broken. Looking at the hourly here. Yeah, 382 will likely get broken. So, son of a bitch. Yeah, 382 is getting broken. Looking at the hourly, looking at the 30-minute, still very possible. Doesn't quite look as good on the 30-minute. But this does not mean we're oversold and buy. This is strength to the downside. When you see this, it could be a bottom, and it could transform. And looking back, saying this was the bottom, but right now that's not how you want to interpret it. There's no reason to interpret it as, oh, we're quote unquote oversold, and the bottom's probably in. Yeah, it's this bear flag too here. If this 15-minute, well, we got time on this chart here, but you really want to see this 15-minute close well above 384. No hanging around down here. There's no hanging around consolidation. If we're going to get a good bounce here, this 15-minute has to close well above 384. No questions asked. I mean, really ideally above that candle at 384.5. Best case on this 15-minute would be like a 384.5-ish close or better. And that doesn't mean we're going to 388. That just means the bulls need to do that just to not go lower, to put an end to the downside here. I mean, this is very, very beaten down. This is not a good look here. Not a good look at all. And just look at the close here. So they're probably going to take out the lows, and then from those lows, maybe see that 386. This is what I'm looking for today on the bounce. And now that I volunteered myself for the trade. All right. Anyway, let's there's no bounce set up here, but let's go back to the short before I realized I was in a call. So let's say right here, I was tempted to buy that 388 for $1.50. Okay, so let's go to next Friday, 385s. Okay, so next Friday, the 3rd, I'm sorry, the 8th, the 385 puts for next Friday. Okay, here we are. So if I would have bought, I was looking at it here, and I wasn't looking at it when I was looking to hop in at $1.50. So they were hanging around $1.50 right here. I could have got in if I'm just like, all right, let's go and pull the trigger. So there's no, okay, getting it on the dip. I was looking to get it to be aggressive here. That was the trade. So the 915 candle right here, under $4. So let's just call it $4. Okay. It's probably going to double. Okay, but the point is, for certain setups, and then, this is for next Friday. So you're getting paid today. So yeah, it didn't double yet. Okay, first of all, it's still a great trade, no matter what. You have till next Friday. And the 385s, that was realistic. The 380s, even though you got till next Friday buying the 380s, that's gambling. You might as well buy tomorrow's. You might as well buy tomorrow 388s if you're going to buy next Friday's 380s, because you have the time there, but then going that further out, you're still sitting on that risk. So the point is, and look at that volume, Jesus. That's not crazy, but we're talking $3 at 2,000 contracts. So anyway, so let's just say you double your money. But the point is, if the trade didn't work, the risk is so much lower. You're lowering your risk exponentially doing something like this than buying tomorrow's puts. So yeah, they're going to pay, of course, but the risk is so much greater. And the idea here is that they're going to break 382. But the idea here is, not every trade has to be, today's or tomorrow's calls. That's the point. Because you could also look at it. Now, I already said yesterday I wouldn't have swung puts yesterday. I would have waited for today. And I'm not saying that just because we gapped up, but that's what I would have done. I would have waited for today if I were to do what I just said. I would, this play for next Friday. Okay. But the point is, let's just say yesterday I did get in the 385s for Friday. So yesterday all day, they were around $5. So with the big gap up, they hit 350. Let's just say. So yeah, you're down 30%. You're down 30% for. They went green. Okay, right here. So you're down 30% for less than 2 hours. Now, granted, as this is happening, you're down 20%, 15, 10. Okay, so let's just say you're red. You're red for less than 2 hours. That's it, and then bam, green. So the point is, yesterday there were trades. This was a double. If you caught it, you got a double. But at the same time, the chart wasn't in a great posture yesterday for a move to happen. Today wasn't the best posture either. It had potential. The point is right here. Once we close this candle right here, I knew the gap was getting filled. I didn't know this is happening. I knew the gap was getting filled right here. That's why I wanted the 388s for $1.50. Which now, speaking of the 388s, they hit $6. Awesome. Awesome. Nice four-bagger there. Anyway, the point is, you don't have to be trading these dailies, and that's something I'm going to have to. I'm not saying I'm not trading dailies. I'm just saying you have to assess the situation, and if you don't see a great setup, then at a minimum go out a few days. So today, okay, so here, really, okay, today. So not even next week. Friday. Let's go to Friday. the Friday 385s. This is going to be a much better trade. So Friday, July 1st, 385s. These would have paid big, big compared to next Friday. So look, right here. Here's the entry. Okay, $2. 2.5 bagger. Going to Friday 385s. So we don't have any dailies today. So you're forced to buy tomorrow either way. So you don't have to have that closing risk of it has to work today. But you could win to Friday 385s and caught a solid 2.5 bagger, buying him at $2. Well, that's where I would have bought him. Okay, I would have definitely got him at $2. So I missed the trade because I'm like, wait and get a better entry. What I could have done, I could have did this. Got the Fridays for $2 and just caught a nice 2.5 bagger. Beautiful 2.5 bagger. So guess what? What are tomorrow's 388s that I would have bought? That would have been a 4 bagger. So yeah, you missed out on 200%. But the risk, you could have quote unquote chased the trade here. I was tempted. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but the reason I didn't is because I thought after the gap fill, they would have let you in, but they didn't let you in. But if you had Friday's puts, you could still hold them because they're Fridays. So that's an example right there. Not even involving risk. Well, it is risk related, but it's the fact that I didn't want to buy tomorrow's because I thought I could get a better price, wait for the chart to settle in, and then get in. But they didn't let you in. So instead of hopping the gun for tomorrow's puts, hoping they kind of don't look back, buying Fridays still paid amazingly well with much, much less risk. This gave you the potential for if they even didn't do this but had a pretty good bearish close, you could even held them overnight. Maybe you get a gap down and then sell the gap, Anyway, so that's kind of what I wanted to say about you can't always just you got to get away from just looking at the dailies. You got to kind of put some weight to the chart. Given the overall picture of the hourly, the daily, all that stuff. And ask yourself, is this a great setup to buy the dailies? So, hold on a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, so pretty much finished what I wanted to say, but again, this bounce is in question. The longer they're so yeah, there's that 15-minute close I was talking about. This is not good. You know, it's still open. Now, this is a bear flag of this bear flag would take us to 382 approximately if this plays out. So we're still in this. This is worrisome right here. This is very ugly. Very ugly. This is not a good look here at all. Not a good look at all. See, because if they did it with this speed, then that could kick off a bounce. So the bounce right now is in question of where they're going to bounce. I'm going to guess they break 384 before, and if they go lower. But yeah, the potential for a big bounce was completely killed with this move right here. They needed to flush it quickly. Here, well, at least here. If they hit 382 here quickly on this move, we could have got a nice bounce out of that. But this bear flag down here is not good at all. Not good at all. Especially how long they've been down here for, you know, almost 40 minutes. Well, probably going to be an hour here. So they should have done it, that 382 spike, and then that could have been a bouncing pad. Yeah, the 15-minute needs to take back 384 ASAP. ASAP. That's weird that you don't. You're sure missing out. What do you mean? Of course it will. If there's a run, squeeze higher, you're going to have a bullish cross. MACD is not independent of price. It's directly connected to price. The price is telling MACD what to do. It's not just some mysterious, you know, indicator that just does what it does. The price is directing the posture of MACD. It's a momentum indicator. So what is it telling you right now? You had the big move to the downside. Okay, the momentum cracked up. Now what it's telling you? It's telling you right now momentum is appearing to start to wane. Okay, just the slope. It had this move here. Doesn't mean it's over. You know, it could still hold here. Let me give you a better example. Today's not the best example because today's in the 20% of the time this happens. I mean, just looking at it simply as a binary option. Okay, right here, MACD's positive. This wasn't a great look here, okay, because we're below the zero, but just a binary Yes or no? Is MACD positive? Okay, go long. Now, like I said before, every MACD cross is not bullish or bearish, but every bullish or bearish move has a MACD cross. There's nothing in trading that's for sure. So that's why I don't mess with the settings, your faster settings, okay? I've never messed with that. I'm completely ignorant to what settings can do. But one thing for sure is whatever you want to change this to, or your MAs, you use the 20, you use the 21, none of that's gonna there's no secret. In some instances, X setting will work well. XYZ setting. In the other instance, that XYZ setting may not work well. I mean, it all boils down to pattern recognition. So that's why I don't touch the settings, because there's no magical setting. It doesn't work like that. Well, who else drew all the lines? So here you could say, okay, if you use the exponential moving average, I'm sure the exponential moving average hugged it more, but I guarantee you it probably just tagged it before we took another leg lower. Yeah, well, of course it does. That's why there's no guarantees. So you could have whatever posture you want. You could have the most rare posture. I mean, here's kind of an example. Damn it. Here's an example. Normally, this does not happen. This posture. This is rare. The reason it's rare for two reasons. Because we're below the zero line, and because of the velocity of the move. I mean, you could just look at price to tell you that's a rare move. Okay, normally this doesn't happen. Okay, but it doesn't mean it can't happen. The price is going to take this wherever it wants to go. So, you know, what if we do get that move to 360 and this doesn't stop until 370? This could keep going. There's nothing that's saying this can't keep going. If we go to 370, this is going to keep going. It would be very rare for that to happen from across under the zero line. This is rare in itself, and then to keep going, if we were to hit 370, this would keep going. And I'm talking without a cross and a pullback. I'm just saying, and I'm not talking with a straight move down. I'm just saying, just whatever. However it gets there, the point is no cross. It just keeps going. That would be extremely rare, but the bottom line is it could. If price wants to keep going to 370, this is going to keep going with this rare posture. I guess you could say the same here too. But this is from a gap though. So all the way down here, we get the gap and just bam, cracks it open. This is, a different look. But to go from down here and then just cracking open like that, I mean, that's because of the gap. So you don't know that's going to happen. When we're down here, there's nothing saying, you're just gambling. You're just gambling. Well, there goes my accident again. Man, how many times am I gonna do? I honestly forgot about it. I mean, I'm only down $5 here. I should probably just take the loss because they're probably going for 382. And actually, surprisingly, I'm only down $5. I had a good entry there with my. Well, now I'm flat. I mean, everything is a lagging. There is no leading indicator. The moving averages are lagging indicators. Okay, we're talking a 5-minute here. Okay, we got our bearish cross on the 9. We're not even talking a 50 cross in the 200 or anything like that. The 9. Okay, probably not even a lot of people even use a 9. Okay, there's your bearish cross. The cross happened right here. Time to go short. We got the bearish cross. Time to go short, right? Time to go short. Bearish cross. Time to go short. 4 points off. 4 points off the high. Time to go short. We got our signal. I mean, everything's a lagging indicator. Everything. Show me the magical leading indicator that's going to tell me where price is going to go, because I want to know. You know what? One thing that worked today very well was the MACD. I'm sorry, the VWAP break. There's your close below VWAP on the 5-minute. There's your back test, and there you go. Yeah, today it worked. Today it worked, just like on this gap and go right here. Yeah, I told you Tradeovate is good. My fans are kicking on here. What's kicking on here? The hell's running? The hell's running here? Why am I running above 20% here? Are we gonna start to sell here? The hell's running my shit? Just randomly kind of kicked up here. Yeah, guys, just listen to me. Just if you're looking for a futures account, or if you're looking to switch, just go to Tradeovate. There's nothing you're not gonna like. Don't. Oh, I take that back. I don't know what they changed, because supposedly someone bought them or they merged or whatever. So I don't know what changed, but I doubt their prices changed. So here's VWAP. You know, everything works. Everything works. Okay. You can make everything work. Depends how you interpret it. Depends on the context. Yeah, on the phone it was kind of. I was on an older phone when I used it, but I forgot what happened. I thought it kept freezing on me when I used to do a certain thing. I forgot what it was. But anyway, so here's VWAP. Alright, I don't need to get into this, but you know, here. You know, I mean, if you're scalping or whatever, it's not really telling you anything here. You know, stay short because we're getting rejected. You know, we're also below that. There's 50 here too. You know. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that talk. All right. Because there's a small. Okay, right now we got to see where we close here, because this day is going to dictate. Right now, the bears have absolute control, and it doesn't matter where we. Well, if we get some surprise move to the upside, that's the only way that's going to save the daily and the spot. And right now, it's really a coin toss, because you can make a good case for they're going to hold it together 4th of July weekend. You know, the expected moves at 400. And then you already know the bear case. How we're into support here for the bears. And we could very well get out of this support zone in relatively short order, as in, you know, kicking off next week with a move to 375. So normally today is not going to reverse nicely. Normally today at best you're going to get 386 normally. Because of the 4th of July weekend and the argument you can make for the bulls, because we're still in the balance and bears are trapped, we could get a surprise. The surprise would be like 387 today. So at best the surprise move would be, I would say, 387. That would be like, some kind of little news hits, or the chart cracks open, we get some big candle here. There's not enough time here, but whatever. On the next candle, they make a move to 385, back off or whatever, flag or something, However it kicks off. That's 80% of the time that's not going to happen. It's as it stands, it's a long shot that we even make an attempt at 386 by the close. Like, as of right now, that's best case. That's best case as of right now, until the chart transforms or wakes up. We need it to crack open. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, look at how they're struggling here. They've been down here for a whole hour, and they can't even hold a move up. We're talking less than $1 move here. Like, this is getting uglier by the second. If this candle could have closed this 50 here, I'm not saying we're going to 386, but this is very ugly here. This is looking like they want to fail. If they could close 50 here, this may start the move to 385. I'm still flat on this trade here. And I'm not looking to get anything at all. No problem. If you want to show your appreciation, my channel name is my Cash App, FYI. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Yeah, here we go. That's very, very ugly. Like, beyond ugly. Right now it's just a coin toss. It's just a straight up coin toss. As of right now, if we even bounce. And where we bounce to. But it's sure looking like they're going for 382. I mean, which isn't far away. Yeah, look at these MAs. The fact that they allowed this, the strength of this move allowed this to get in this position. This is telling me 382 is 100% getting flushed. Because this is just falling here. This is just sprinting to price. Fast. So this thing is definitely going to be at 384 by the close. This 9. Which means the bounce back through, 385. 386 now. It sure ain't looking like that's happening. The bulls are going to have to really wake up really fast. And it does not look good. Like, they're just struggling to not go down, let alone bounce. They're struggling to not go down for this whole hour here. So yeah, we got the 4th of July historical rally week. We have Powell tomorrow. It's tough to say what's going to happen here today and going forward. You gotta take it as it comes. Other than the fact that I'm accidentally in an option right now, as usual, my bad habit. I hope they do bounce it pretty good, and tomorrow we possibly get a shakeout to 380. But there's no way we're not going to hit 380 by tomorrow. I mean, we could even hit it today. But there's no way 380 doesn't get tested by tomorrow. I'd be very shocked. I'm just looking at the posture of this 4-hour here. And there's no way 380 doesn't get tested by tomorrow. So that would be breaking under Friday's lows. Friday's big gap and go, it would be breaking under that low. And that low is at 81.37. Yeah, ahead of meeting, it's I mean, I don't want to sound redundant here, but I keep saying the same thing. But unless the Bulls can, at a minimum, take back 385 into the close, at a minimum, closing above here, at a minimum, closing above this pivot here, the Bulls absolutely at a minimum need to do that to stay alive, to keep the daily, to have a pulse, put it that way. I mean, the way it's heading, I don't know about 380, but they might go for 381. If they crack 382, they're probably cracking 381. The cape is still very heavy here. Very, very heavy. And there's a weekly target. Good old 380 happens to be the move. And that's not why I said they're going to hit 380 tomorrow. I was just basing off of a big round number. So what is this here? 381.80? Okay, so there's some hope. They had their shot here at 384. They blew that. Now the good news is on the bounce, maybe they take back 385 into the close. They crack 382 here, and then we get a bounce back above this 384. See, the weekly is what the daily sure looks like the Bulls are gonna. I'm sorry, the Bears are gonna take out those lows. The daily, how I laid it out, but the weekly, I don't see how it's gonna happen on this weekly. I mean, it could happen. You know, we could still go for another week or so before they try to bounce it. But just with the posture here, and I don't know how that's going to play out. Too soon to tell. We got a monthly close coming up Thursday. The ES volume was pretty big, but the SPY volume is not crazy. Yeah, see, here you go. So I get for leaving that order in there. I totally forgot about that, like 100%. When I was looking at the options to show you the example of going next Friday, I saw that I was just confused. It wasn't even like, oh, the order. My initial reaction was confusion. I'm like, wait, what? And now I'm paying for it again, just like yesterday. Jesus Christ, man. Especially with a sell-off tape too, leaving it in there. I mean, I had it deep down there. You see, I stayed flat for a while, pretty much ever since I got in. I was flat to slightly positive. All right, there we go. Let's see if this 80 holds. You know, it could be a shakeout before the Fed, but they need to stage somewhat of a rally to kind of patch up the posture of the daily. If we're gonna hold and go to 400, let's see how they act around this 80 here. So that 8180 is a pivot. I'm not saying get in or even think about it, but I'm just curious how they react to that pivot. Oh man. Yeah, this is ugly. This is ugly. The only way they could save it, they're gonna have to spike this. And this, we're gonna have to put in like a hammer or something. And that's gonna have to be the bottom right here. I'm not saying that it has to happen. I'm just saying for the Bulls, that's what they need to do. I mean, this is ugly. God damn it. Forgot my order. I was talking about getting the puts. Let's see where those 381s were that I could have got for $1.10. Now they're doubled. So earlier, 3 people said long, one person said short, and the 381s for $1.10 realistic entry are doubled. And I'm in a call here that I forgot about, like an idiot. Now, if it gets really ugly tomorrow, we come back down to 378 and then attempt to rally from there. This will be such a deep cut that wherever they hang around here, they may hang around. And next week, we're taking that leg down under 375, 370. Alright, this 5 minute doesn't look good at all. No reason to think they're going to hold that 81.80. That pivot, you don't got to be exact, but the pivot was 81.81, I think. Came short of a penny. And we're getting a pretty decent bounce, which is to be expected. Question is, does it hold? And right now, there's no reason at all, not even really to scalp. This is a dangerous tape right here to even scalp for the long side. Yeah. Breaking this pivot is now in question. Coming back to 385 is in question at the moment. Doesn't mean they're going to 380, but they could just hang around. You know, this is a big move. 11 points to the downside. Not looking back. 15 minutes ugly. Very ugly. But the downside is limited now. Not saying you can't short or scalp, but it is. We are very deep down here. All right, let's see how they're acting on the 1 minute here. All right, so they don't care about that 81.80 as of now. They bounce just for one candle. Imagine if some news came out that Putin is pulling out or something. What would happen here? We'd probably be on the 1 minute candle. We'd be above 385 in 1 minute. We'd probably be at 390 in a 5 minute candle. If news like that hit. Yeah, we'd probably be at 390 in a 5 minute candle. If news like that hit the wire. Did Trump say if he's running? Is that confirmed or no? Alright, so they came 20 cents short of the Friday low. I mean, they very well could do it. This is very, very ugly. I don't see anything regarding a bounce or how good of a bounce. I don't see anything. The only thing the Bulls have right now is the volume's been kind of falling off. That's the only shred of good news for the Bulls. And that's really not much at all. That ain't saying much. All that's saying is the bleeding may stop or slow down. So look at this. They didn't even retrace 23% on that first bounce. So like I said, they're probably not breaking that pivot. 385 is in question, I was saying. Now, you'll be lucky to get that 23 retrace if this is the bottom. Hell, that's even in question. We might not even bounce today. The 5-minute of the 381 puts is still strong. Saying we're going lower. There's some volume coming in here on this move under 383. So, maybe we hit 380 today. Sure wouldn't be shocking. So if we do hit that, the 381s that I wanted at $1.10 will end up being almost a 3-bagger if I took that trade. Yeah, I think they're going for 380. I mean, they'll probably play games with 380, so, coming short or whatever and all that stuff. But 381 is very likely getting broken. Here, let's just flip it. Look how good this looks. How crazy it'd be if this played out. 38-15. This candle here, when they reversed it, I'm like, yeah, that is not good at all. And when you're looking at it here, this is just a flag. Man, I gotta get those futures. Let's see the entry here. It was a little bit of a chase because that hammer never looked back. So yeah, it would have been a little difficult getting in here because it didn't really let you in. I mean, once this candle closed, you had to be a little aggressive on this dip here. Plus that's 50. This is the round number, so okay. They hit 50.25 on the dip here. But you still had to be a little aggressive here on ES. But that was nice volume. They recaptured VWAP, candle over candle, closing into the MAs. Yeah, this daily is so ugly on SPY. It is very ugly, as it looks right now. I'm not just saying because it's a red candle. I'm looking at the posture of everything. I don't see how this is going to play out going forward. Gonna need another day or so to let the chart morph into something. I mean, obviously they could just dump it, and we're bearish right now, but there's no setup. The reason I asked about Trump is when I was talking about, if they released, if there was news that the Russians are pulling out, how the market reacted, and it made me think of Trump, because if he didn't confirm that he's running, if he did, man, the market would pop on that. My fans are kicking on here. What the hell is going on here? Well, maybe because we're flushing. That's probably what's happening. Looking like they're gonna gun for that 381 now. Speaking of 381, the 381s are at 2.25. Could have had them at $1.10. Yeah, this is ugly. Very ugly. The way, we only have less than 2 hours to go here. There's no way they're gonna recover from this today, which means the daily sure setting up for the next leg lower. Now, there's still work to be done. It's unlikely they're gonna fall out of bed here. Because of this. This is why. So, and the MAs, it's tough to say. So there goes Friday's lows taken out at 36. Now, because we're getting into that gap, we may get a reversal. We may. I think they're going to go for 381 just because this is a crazy sell-off. But you got a lot of shorts from Friday. Let's just put it this way. You know, Spies has a chance here to put an end to this. But the momentum's pretty strong where they're probably going to gun for 381. Yeah, they're gunning for 381. Hell, 380 is not out of question. I'll be pissed if that happens because if we hit 381, I'm sorry, 380, the 381s would have been a rock solid 2.5 bagger, close to a 3 bagger, had I taken that trade. I already knew that I was out. That's why when I asked your opinions, and I'm not trying to knock anybody here, but I was just trying to get a consensus. Because before I asked you guys that question, I was, you know, I had my mind made up. I didn't wait for your reply to come to a conclusion. I was thinking short here. You know, minimum 2 points. That if from here, long or short, minimum 2 points in SPY. Are you long or short? And I was short before I asked you guys. What I wanted to ask because I wanted to get a pulse on, you know, most people, you know, they're trying to pick a bottom. I'm not saying you were trying to pick a bottom, but because I got a 3-to-1 bull to bear result on that pull, that was just more evidence that we're going lower. Now, obviously, I had to take the trade, so who cares, right? What was I looking for here? 75? Oh, yeah, here. 85.75. That's what I was looking for right here. I was looking for this. I was going to take the trade if they came here. Could have got the 81s for under $1. That's what I was looking for, 75. That was going to be my entry. The biggest concern for me was the MAs. So if they would have came down here on a spike, I would have been comfortable enough for a likely low a day break. You know, I was saying 382, maybe 380. You know, I kind of threw that out there. But as far as a trade setup, I would have been comfortable taking the short here, just for a low day break. You know, maybe they take out the lows, and then the bottom is in. You know, that would have been the safe trade. So had I got in here hypothetically, you know, I probably would not have been in it. I probably would have sold here, right up in here, on that low day break, and that would have been a nice trade. 3 points. 3 points in 30 minutes, so that would have been a nice trade. Alright, yeah, this is ugly, man. They got a 380s. Probably gonna get hit. Greedy's probably gonna get hit. Probably gonna take a couple candles. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna get my water. Alright, this may be it. They may close on the lows. That's not out of question. I mean, this is looking like they actually will, to be honest. It's too early to tell. Too early to tell. To be picking a bottom. You're kind of there's no reason to get in right now. First of all. However, going into the Fed, what kind of short covering rally could it spark? I mean, to be honest, the miracle move would be 84. Seeing 84 by close would be like the miracle. Actually, I take that back. 85 would be a miracle in the close. 84 has probably like a 20% chance. So got on this 15 minute, again this is a 15 minute. So we only have 4 candles left for this to play out here. But there is a potential bullish divergence on this 15 minute. And that doesn't mean the bottom's in and we rally tomorrow. That's just saying we're probably there's a better odds right now for a temporary bottom being put into the close. A little bit of pickup of volume here too. I mean, as crazy as it may sound too, we're down 11 points. 12 points. 12 points off the highs. And you're questioning, is this it? But it's one of those days. It's one of those days. The 1 minute looked awesome here. When you look on a 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, we're not, like I said, 384 is going to be kind of lucky to hit 384. So I think I'm going to get a 385. I don't know if they come back here. But if they do, I'll grab a 385. So this whole time, obviously I got in by accident. I'm still on that loss. And I was saying maybe I should just sell it right now flat. Didn't, God forbid you take a loss, right? But right now I'm thinking of playing a bounce. So I'm not saying it's, we don't know if this is going to work out yet, but just showing you how much I didn't want to get filled at that price, because this whole time I was not thinking bounce at all. I was thinking 380 is not off the table. And they got a little into there. 380.70. So it looks like they should hit 81 and a quarter here. I hope they don't. They should hit it. But this little mini 1 minute breath thrust says, they could kind of keep going. They pulled back decently, but it kind of has the posture of a little bit of a chase to it. A little mini short squeeze, you could just call it. So right now it's attempting to make a pivot here for another leg higher, and the target would be like 82.75. If we hold here. Alright, I'm gonna leave a bid in at 95 cents on the 85s. I don't think that gets filled though. I think at best they come down to like low ones, maybe 101, 102. You guys playing a bounce or no? Anyone? You guys awake? Well, I know one thing. No one was short this whole way down. That's what I know. That's one thing I can say, or not even a good amount. I can tell you that much. Normally on down days, chat rooms get quiet because everyone's just sitting there watching. They're trying to buy the dips, and they're getting some pies in the face, or they're just watching as the market craters and missing it. I guarantee if you go to Mirror's room right now, it's dead silent. Maybe not now, maybe they're trying to play a bounce, but earlier I guarantee the room was dead silent. Alright, I may buy a dip on the next candle here. Not looking for anything crazy, but just trying to play a bounce. We go to 384. You can make at least 50% on this play here. Okay, this is good here. Okay, this is good. Come on, spike it lower here. I don't know if they're going to come here to 25. Oh shit, I almost set the order. Well, that would have been good if I did, because I was trying to get it at 107 there. They might just take off here. You had your entry there. Hopefully they come back one more time. And hopefully this isn't a fake out and they come back down to the quarter. Alright, pulled my bid. Shit. Damn it. That's okay. I was trying to move it to 95. I got one at 98 cents on 85s. And there you go. Well, that's not what I wanted. Because now this is probably going to take out low day. That wasn't good at all. We needed a spike and bounce right there. They're probably going to hold it. I would say right now it's a coin toss. Well, depending how this 5 minute shapes up. This 5 minute, it's over with the 5 minute. Damn it. That killed the posture of this 5 minute, and of course I got in. So here comes low day. Yeah, low day is going to get spiked. 80% chance they break that low. At a minimum, 380.90 will get tagged. They may stop at 380.90. But I'm looking at the 15 minute, and I don't know if they close on the lows. We should get some kind of bounce into the close. I'm not talking a great bounce, but you know, realistically, like 382.5. Yeah, now it's really tough to tell. It's really tough to tell tomorrow. Are they gonna have continuation in the morning? They're gonna gap it up and then sell on the Fed? I mean, right now it's really tough to tell now going forward how this is gonna play out. You gotta let another day or two, um, one or two more daily candles to let the market kind of show its hand. Obviously you can trade intraday, get some trades, but as far as the overall direction, it's tough to say. I mean, but right now, 82.5, 82.75, maybe 83 is target on a bounce. We should bounce. I'm looking at the 15-minute, and there isn't a setup, but it's looking like they're going to bounce the tape. It's hard to explain what I'm seeing here, but just the posture of the 15-minute looks like we're going to get a bounce. So, at a minimum, break 382, breaking this trend line here. Maybe making a run for the 200. I mean, that's a 1 minute 200, so that's not asking much. So it looks like this is a channel that we're in. I didn't draw everything here, but I don't know how you want to draw it. I mean, I guess, that's a channel. So it really looked like this here. They were gonna go for a quick run here. So I think that's still gonna play out here. This was the fake out here. But this type of move here, this normally they don't pull back a lot, and then you get like just a little mini squeeze, if you want to call it. Yeah, be careful here. Make them quick. Not saying we're gonna squeeze, but Um, you gotta be careful here. Alright, I'm adding at 90 here on these 85s. Alright, you can see it's a little bit of a chase. I got in at 93. I think we see 92.5. I'm sorry, 82.5. Hopefully 83. That's a stretch. But I think they're gonna bust this line here. Hopefully. They ain't gonna make it easy right here. So I got 285s at 95 cents average. Hopefully I can get 50% out of this trade. So you got to think too, we're down 12 points, so 23% retrace is all the way up here. So what's a 10% retrace? A 10% retrace. Well, we already retraced right here. We already retraced 10%. You could say half of that, 11%, was retraced here. So, I mean, this is nothing. I mean, they could close on the lows. Okay, this is a nasty day. Nothing has to happen, but after this big move, are they going to give everyone 380 flat? You know, flush. You know, I don't know. I really thought here this was going to hold, and we're going to get a little quick squeeze where they make you chase, and you know they pulled a little trap door here and. So we should get a little bit of a squeeze here. The 15-minute was looking like we're going to get a bounce. Again, 82.5 is target. You know, break in 82, and hopefully we can make a run at 82.5. That's what I'm looking for here. So maybe 50% on these 85s. Maybe. Maybe. it's very risky because they very well could just not really bounce. It's definitely the tape for that. I don't want to say very risky. You know, I'm not going to lose 50% on these 385s, but it's a not a high probability setup. Let's just put it that way. So I'm looking at the 15-minute. We still have 2 more candles after this one. The 9 on the 15 minutes at 82. So I think we could pop that on the 15-minute, like an attempted rally into the close, squeeze, whatever you want to call it. The 15-minute 20 right now is at 84. It'll probably make its way down to 83 by the close. Not saying we have to hit that, but just giving some perspective here. So the 15-minute is attempting to, let's just say the bearish momentum is almost beginning to wane. I mean, it is waning. They could still poke a little lower here, but it's getting a little exhausted. So you are risking a low day break, but because they already tried it 3 times, it doesn't mean they can't break it. It's just they already tried. They had their chance. And because of this 15-minute beginning to show signs of some waning momentum, that might be it, maybe it on those low day tests, because they didn't even break it here. They didn't even break it. So again, it is ugly here. Look at this 20. You know, I'm only looking for a good dollar out of this move. Big sell-off. We're going into the Fed. Fed or not Fed, you know, some short covering. You got the 4th of July week. That's the catalyst. It's crazy they got down here as far as they did, but that's the catalyst too. You know, today they ain't fixing shit today. That's for sure. But does the history of the 4th of July weekend, 4th of July week, being the best week of the year, does that attempt to play out? And, you know, is this the bottom looking forward for the next few days? I mean, that's anyone's guess, but it's all pieces of the puzzle. But if it wasn't 4th of July week, if it wasn't the bullish tape trying to bounce, and then a big sell-off already finished or occurred into a close of the Fed, then you know, I'd be much more careful of this trade, meaning they very well could close on low day. But we have reasons. Again, we're looking for a bounce here. We're just hoping they don't break low day here, okay? You know, I'm talking like, if you're talking from low to high, you're talking a 2-point bounce after a 12-point sell-off. So, you know, perspective as well too here. You know, it is a risky trade, but at the same time, it's not you know, like a dream trade or like impossible or anything. We're not you know, we're not even looking for a 23% retrace up there at 380, 360. I mean, that would be the miracle. If somehow they get up here, that'd be a miracle. And if they get up here, they're probably going to spike and try to make a run for 84. That's not the trade at all. I would be shocked if they make it up here. by or right after the close somehow, I would be very shocked. That would be a surprise. Big surprise. But with those catalysts there, this could ignite some kind of crazy move. You know, you've seen much crazier moves. Alright, so I'm up 20% on these 385s here. As long as I can close green today, I'm happy. I don't care that I missed out on a... What did I miss out on? A 7-bagger on those 3D8 puts at the open? Solid 5-bagger. Rock solid 5-bagger on those 3D8 puts that I was tempted just to hop in. Alright, I'm going to offer these out at $1.50 on the 385 calls. It's a stretch, but I'll just put my order there. So it's yeah, there's a lot of work to be done here. They're just gonna have to kind of grind it out. VWAP test into the close. Let's go. VWAP's like 5 points away. Alright, I'm not far from turning green on the day. Or I should say break even. You know, how green I get, who knows. So let's see what kind of squeeze they give us here. I would love 383. I'd be very, very, very happy with 383. That would be an awesome trade if they give us 383. I doubt it though. Let's see. The if this hourly can close above 382 in the next couple minutes, which it's doing the complete opposite right now, that could help kind of firm up. We may have put a bottom in posture on the hourly, but sure ain't helping with that candle right there. That's as bad as it gets going into this hourly close. Couldn't ask for an uglier 1 minute candle. Jesus. Alright, I'm gonna go make my food. It's still not over, you know, but that it sure is an ugly candle. That really hurts this posture here. Let's see. Yeah, see that 15-minute. This is a 15-minute close too. That candle kind of killed the 15-minute close. They still have another candle after this. If they could get well above, if they could take back 8170 by this after the next minute to close out the 5-minute and the 15-minute, you know that saves the possibility for a 383 run into the close. But they absolutely have to take back this 81.70 on this next candle closing. So 81.70 or better on this 1 minute. Otherwise, the Bulls lost it. They lost their chance to give a decent bounce here. Especially this 5 minute. This 5 minute really needs a close to 82 close as possible for the 5 minute to kind of firm up here. It's got a sketchy look at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna go make my food. Yeah, that was an ugly close, but we'll see what happens. I'm gonna go make my food. God damn, I can't believe I didn't even hear one bell. They didn't even make a run at that 82. Jesus. Oh, I'd be happy with the 82 break for now. Wow, look at that volume. That's some big 1 minute volume there. On that little candle, it's a 20-cent candle with 250,000 shares. So it's anyone's guess right now whether they flush into the close or break 382. It's really a coin toss. Slight edge to the bulls, as far as 382 break. I'd say it's like a 60-40 split. The way we're trading, they're going to surprise the 1 minute candle if they do it. They're probably not going to let you in. $82.60 target if this holds and breaks. All right, we're closing on the lows. Yesterday's price action into the close would have made much more sense today with those pops and drops. I think IT earlier, way earlier, 5 points earlier, was talking about data burn. Past hour, that was data burn. And getting everyone guessing. I don't think they break low day looking at the 1 minute here. They had their chance. We might pop to 82 in the next candle. They're not going to let you in. It's crazy they didn't even hit that trend line. That's crazy. Breaking 82 is one thing, but they didn't even tag that line yet. Oh, that was a fake out. This should be it. If they could hold 50 on this candle, that last candle was sure looking like they were going to spike 81. It's too early to tell. They still might. Alright, well now that looks like 81 spiking. If they can't close this candle green. See, this is why you want to wait for setups. So I'm kind of rolling the dice here on the bounce. But why torment yourself with this? Especially if you're scalping. This is a nightmare to scalp. Because at any point, they could have popped it. I'm not saying flushing lows or popping $1. But at any time you took any position, you risked a spike in either direction. Once they break that trend line, they should go straight to 82. If they break it. Man, that would really suck if they don't even hit that trend line. Jesus Christ. Oh God. I mean, now it's just, it doesn't even matter right now. There's no, what's going to happen here. What about the volume? On the day? The volume's weak. Talking about it being weak? Well, yeah, you got all these shenanigans going on here. There's just a battle going on. I mean, now they're going to break low day. Well, you can't say that because the shorts are like, oh, come on, they got to break low day. So, but the momentum is still there for at least them to spike it. Watch they don't break low day and they don't hit that trend line either. Just screwing everybody. Did you guys hear a loud buzzing sound a minute ago? A humming, buzzing? Alright, here we go. Here's the attempt. No buzzing sound a minute ago? Anybody? Buzzing or a humming sound? No? Anybody? Okay, well, you would have heard it. I was just wondering because I put the fan on. It's a house fan. I was just trying to suck out the worm air. I was just wondering if it picked it up. Oh, now they're playing with the low. Jesus. Okay, finally, just do it if you're going to do it. 71. They spiked it by less than a dime. Okay, now I think we're going to break 82. Okay, 82 is going to break. They're going to pop it. That was a little stop chop there. Look at that volume. Almost 500,000 on that 1 minute. Jesus. Going into murder algo, this better firm up. This better close as high as they can on this 1 minute to firm up this. Now it's anyone's guess right now. That 5 minute close was kind of whatever, but I think 82 gets broken on a chase. Yeah, talk about volume. Look at all this volume. Jesus. What's crazy is the amount of volume we had down here when on the day the volume's not that big. On ES had good volume. ES had very good volume on the sell. But for the whole day today on SPY, it's not great volume. Man, they were playing games just as much as they did yesterday. Just as much as they did yesterday. I don't think this holds. Looking at the 5-minute posture. Now, again, we're not getting no great bounce by any means, but I don't think this is holding. I'm looking at the 5-minute on my other monitor, and they should break 382 into the close. Based on the 5-minute. No, it's not a great setup or whatever. I'm just looking at the posture of what's most likely to happen. And not just because I'm in some 385 calls either. And again, at this point, we're just looking for a 382 break. After being down 12 points, we're looking for a 2-point bounce here. Short covering bounce into the close, into the Fed, 4th of July week. But this 1 minute's very ugly here. This is not saying they're going to go for 3.8 here, but they needed to firm up this posture going into the murder algo. Like this candle right here needed to close, a quarter right here. So this is very ugly on the 1 minute. The 5 minutes just kind of, we should get a bounce on the close. Going into the close, it may kick off, or on the last 5 minutes, there should be some kind of bounce, an attempt at 382 or better. So the 1 minute's not saying it, but the 5 minutes saying, they could bounce it. And it's going to be a chase. They ain't going to let you in after all these shenanigans. They're not going to pop to 382 on one candle now. They had that chance earlier. But for right now, if that happens, it's not going to be pretty after all this bullshit here. So yeah, we're just looking for that 82 break. As of now, let's see if they can do it here. If they break that trend line, that 81.5, it's very unlikely they don't break 82. If they do that. If is the key word. My 385s are teetering on green right now. Teetering. Well, I am green now, but they're in and out. Alright, so here's the last 5 minute. And let's see the posture now. It's actually wishy-washy now. and it's wishy-washy now that I look at the 5-minute. As it's pulling the 5-minute down on this 1-minute here, it's giving it no posture. But going into this 5-minute, they left an opening for a little bit of a push to 382 into the close. I mean, we're talking 1 point here. It's ridiculous, isn't it? So I mean, even if they close 382, that's pretty much closing on the lows. So this 1 minute is still right now neutral. I mean, bearish actually, but well, I mean, yeah, we're down 12 points already. So you could argue it both ways. I mean, that 1 minute killed it right here. This killed it. They needed to hold above this 81 and a quarter, so that killed it right there, right off the bat on that 5-minute. This completely killed it. Now it's completely in jeopardy, especially with this follow through right here. Now they'll be lucky in these next couple of minutes to possibly squeeze it, not to 82, but let's say 81.5, and then maybe we could follow through after the bell. I mean, I'm looking too much inward. There's just no setup, so 100% pure speculation. But I mean, look how ugly this is. This was worse than yesterday. Way worse. Look at this chop. There was just nothing. I mean, to be expected. People are trying to play the bounce. Shorts are thinking we're going to go to 380. So you get this. Guessing the close. What's going to happen into the close, guessing. If they could close above 81.40, well, that's not saying anything, but if they could close above 81.40, we might get that extra push to 82 after the bell. Might. But it'll be a quick pop up there. They're not gonna hold it. Do you know what time? Is it normal time for the Fed tomorrow? Tell me about it. I was looking at the 388s like 30 minutes into the open, and my patience, the time I'm patient, I get screwed. Alright, so there ain't, no matter what happens, there ain't any reason here. It's actually looking like they may flush the lows here, so I'm going to end it. Tomorrow we'll catch some good trades tomorrow with Fed day. And it's hot as hell in my room, so I want to turn this stuff down, or turn it all off because I'm cooking in here. Ding, 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 ding. They're going to flush it? They should flush it. I'd be surprised if they don't break down under here. They should. Yeah, I'm going to end it. It's hot as hell. Who cares what they do? This was a stupid trade to get into. If they could close above 40 on this 1 minute, I'll stay. They gotta pop this up here. If they don't, then I'm leaving. Okay, they're not gonna pop it. Alright guys, I'll see you tomorrow.